Alright, okay, I'm here, we're here. You same? Yeah, I'm glad you're here too. And that's the first time that I said I was here, right? I didn't say I was here and then realize I wasn't ready, right? I wouldn't do that. So, yeah. Why? Unironic question, why are you facing the wrong way? Hold on. Okay. Now we're good. Hey, Ryrie with the spark! Yo, okay, that's cool. Maybe felt to point that out, of course it was. Okay, good. Guys, no. Right, let's get this begun. I forgot Pokemon Crystal Mewtwo yaps. Did you read them? Well, okay, I'm glad to know that they're written for someone, right? Alright, let's get this hunt going. I think today, we've got 5 hours. I think we'll get to 3k. Or thereabouts. I don't see us getting much higher. Which one do you think you'll get first out of the 4? So, I think I'll get Heart Gold. I'm gonna be real. That one feels... It feels like it's just doing Heart Gold things, and I'll get that one. But I want Pokemon Blue. I want Pokemon Blue a lot. I should drink. Sorry about my voice, I've not been feeling too well lately. I think it's okay. But to me it sounds like... internally, you know what I mean? I didn't expect a Spork. I didn't expect a Spork today. A Spork is not a thing I thought I'd get. Eyelash in my eye, why will he not... Come on, Eyelash. I don't want to get a Mewtwo while I'm getting an Eyelash. Come on. Okay, I think I got it. Which is good, because I don't want to be removing that eyelash for the rest of my, you know, like, entire life. That would upset me. That would upset me greatly. Being real, I don't know if I'm just being like a downer or whatever, but this hunt... This hunt feels to me like it's gonna be a 2 times odds kind of hunt. I don't know. I feel like we're gonna get to like 20k and not have a Mewtwo. I just don't have like good vibes about this hunt. Shiny the next 5 minutes? You think so? Nah, Mewtwo would never shine. Mewtwo would never shine. Or just say I was hit with 7 ads as soon as you're answering. Oh, I got another Spark! I talked about how happy I was to get a Spark. This is so cool. 2 Sparks. And then I said that I thought I was going to get one in Heart Gold. Heart Gold feels like the one that's the most likely to give me it. But I really want it in Blue or Crystal. I don't want it in Leaf Green. I never want it in Leaf Green. Leaf Green would be an awful time. So Silver was the first game you played? Like Pokemon game or just game? But yeah, Acratic Absurd, very much thank you for your spork. It's made my day to have 2 sporks. Nothing here. Pokemon game? So my beginning with Pokemon games is complicated, but I do think Heart Gold Soul Silver is kind of a tricky place to have started, right? Because I imagine it's all been pretty downhill for you from there. I don't think they're flawless and perfect, but I do think that they're very good games. Which I don't know if that's something I can still say about Pokemon games to this day, right? Also, sorry about the 500 ads. So what I do is at the very start of every stream, I run 3 minutes of ads to make it so that ads won't run for the next hour for people coming in. I don't normally have the issue of people actually being here in those 3 minutes. Or at least I thought I didn't. Maybe that's more of a problem than I have been realizing it is. I gave you Spark and you gave me an ad? I'm sorry. I gave you the worst trade deal in the history of trade deals. You ever play Pokemon Conquest? Pokemon Conquest took like over a month to come out in the EU compared to in America. And it's probably the Pokemon game I was the most excited for. I got it on release day, despite having basically seen the whole thing already on YouTube, right? I got it on release day, and the guy in-game gave me a code that I could put in only once I had reached Cresselia that would allow me to get Wild Larvesta. You ask Pokemon trainers to give their trade evils Everstones? I would never do that. There was someone in chat once who said that they did that for Christmas Day. That they like to gather up an entire massive amount of Haunter and just wonder trade them away on Christmas Day holding Everstones. It's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Who hurt you? 4 times shiny Mewtwo? Look, I doubt it, but it is technically possible to get 4 Mewtwo at once, right? It could happen. You can get 4 at the same time, I believe. Hey, if that happens, I will probably just be seen as like a fraud, right? Actually, you know what? If I was gonna fake it, I would do 3 at once. So that I'd be like, oh, I've only... Like, that's what I would do. I wouldn't fake 4 at once, because no one would believe that. So that means if 4 happen at once, it's legit. You just gotta believe me. I've seen the different sprites side by side. I should let them linger on screen a bit more, because I think it's super cool. It's annoying that you don't get to see Cerulean Cave side by side, because of the games all moving at different paces. You don't really get to see how much it's changed. But the difference in Mewtwo is just really cool. Like, he started out lanky and leaning and looking like an experiment, and then he kind of got more squat as they tried to make him cooler. But then by Gen 3 they were like, oh, we should make him tall. And then by Gen 4 they were like, and we should make him thin. I think it's just a super interesting development of Mewtwo. Mewtwo is your favorite? I love the animation when it comes in. I really want to see that one be shiny. So the reason I want Pokemon Blue to be shiny, even though it won't look like anything, is because there's no way anyone's ever hunted Mewtwo in Gen 1 before, right? In Gen 1 he looks gross. I think he was supposed to, and then they decided to make him look cool later. I actually explicitly chose blue over yellow. I debated playing through yellow for Mewtwo. But I looked at Mewtwo's yellow sprite and I don't like it. I think it's like really... It's red and yellow instead of being like purple. Why? It's just weird colors. Which is a shame because apart from that it looks more like the... It looks more like Mewtwo. Why did they say yes? That's a very good question. Why did they say yes? Why has anyone in history ever said yes? Is the yellow one the one that's kind of sticking his crotch out? Yes. 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 Used to be scared of Mewtwo because the first movie? He's a scary villain. Like, the Pokemon aren't even safe in their Pokeballs? That's horrifying. It is ball fingers the most. I thought they were cool. I spent a lot of time as a child trying to just... like he does. To try and use psychic powers. Just a universal experience. Good. Explain how big Mewtwo's tail is in the 3D games. Yeah, what happened to... In fact, hold up. What does Mewtwo's tail look like in each game? I've not looked at that. It's always pretty hefty. Which is weird, because if you asked me to draw Mewtwo, I would not have thought of his tail as being that long. But it is pretty long, huh? Pretty thick in Scarlet Violet. Yeah. Starts at his stomach. It's actually just an Ekans clamping on. Freaky little Ekans. Thank you for ruining Mewtwo. Hey, what color is shiny Ekans? Because shiny Mewtwo's tail turns green. There's surely no way shiny Ekans would be green, right? There's surely no way. Yeah, I do know that shiny Ekans is green. I hunted one last year. I don't like these conspiracy theories. I'm sorry. Hey, that actually makes sense, they're shinies. That's probably a color palette thing though, right? From like Gen 2. Because shinies were pretty arbitrary back then. If they'd chosen Mewtwo shiny now, I feel like it would have been like black and red. Or it would have just been blue to go with Mew's shiny. Then again, Mewtwo and Mew have never really looked much alike, have they? And how are different shinies and other Pokemon be now that they have an infinite color palette? Yeah, I mean, but then you look at the shinies they design nowadays and it's like, huh. Maybe it was never, maybe that was never an explanation. Like, damn. They chose for Armarouge and Ceruledge to look like that. That was a conscious choice. Yeah, I don't think we got a shiny in the next 5 minutes, by the way, Jim Jam. I think you were wrong by that. I didn't keep track, but I think it's been 5 minutes. Maybe I am incorrect. Misread? Oh, okay. Oh, you said 50 minutes? Okay, okay. I'm sure you did. Alright, well, we'll work on the basis of it being 50 minutes then. In 50 minutes, I'll put another 0 on the end. Aw, oh, Mewtwo in first 50,000 minutes, let's go! I should have done this hunt first. I got so lucky with the Tangela hunt, you know? That it's destroyed the luck for this hunt. That's how it works. I'm very good with numbers and maths and probability. Okay. Sadly, nothing. I don't know why I went all quiet there, like I was thinking, ooh, it's coming this time. It's not coming this time, just talk normally. How's everyone's day been? How are things going? I believe you, Rename. Anyone who says fine, prefaced with a massive had a great day. Well, I hope it picks up. I got tomorrow off, so it can only get better. That's what we like to hear. You got any big plans for tomorrow? Gonna take the world by storm? Have to go to work. It's only so good it can be. Yeah. Watch a YouTube video? Hell yeah! We love watching one YouTube video on our days off. Careful you don't spoil yourself too much. My day is fine, I just like... I really need to... I don't know what I can do though. My throat is killing me from all the talking and stuff I've been doing. Because when I talk on stream, I have to, like, project my voice, right? Whereas normally when I talk, you know, I'm more soft-spoken. I talk kind of like this. It's like that wouldn't really get picked up on the microphone. I don't even know if you can hear me right now. So I have to project. And as a result, it really hurts my throat. But it's okay. I can manage. I can push through. We're Mewtwo. Big old jug of green tea with a gallon of honey will fix you right up. You think so? You reckon? I think I have a jar of honey somewhere. I've had it for years, but that's the beauty of honey. You just scrape off that top layer and you slurp away. Never goes out of date. Just like toothpaste and bread. Bum, 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 bum. Almost one of those things. What about toothpaste goes off? Have you ever seen out-of-date toothpaste? You ever squirt out toothpaste and it's covered in mold? No. That's because it's made of plastic or something. I don't know what it's made of. So yeah, excuse me in advance if I drink a lot today. I'm just trying to keep my throat lubricated. New fear unlocked? I don't think toothpaste goes off. I wouldn't worry about it. Like, it probably does not go off. Okay, nothing done. I remember someone asked my history teacher once if cigarettes go out of date. And he was like, I don't know, but they are a consumable product, so I would guess they have to in some way. Lottie, why does Mewtwo look like that? You're gonna have to be more precise. Upper right? That's classic Gen 1 Mewtwo. That's just what he looked like, Yarny. That was back when he was Mew and Antuin. Did you not remember that? That doesn't mean it didn't happen, I'm sorry. That's exact. Oh, okay, sorry. Did you play Yellow, maybe? Because in Yellow he has a different sprite from what he does in Red and Blue. If you remember Pelvic Thrusting Mewtwo, that's from Yellow. That's Mewtwo? Yeah. Yeah, that's Yellow. The Red and Green Mewtwo is, like, weird, if I recall correctly. But that's okay, because nobody played Red and Green. Yarny! Thank you very much for the sub. I hope you enjoy your... Like, can I call them good emotes? But they are emotes. Vane! Thank you for the 14 months. I hope you continue to enjoy your emotes. Okay, Lottie Dance and Lottie Go Brr and the Lottie Scream, those are all worth it, I think. I think those are all hella worth it. I do love the Lottie Scream. That's the only one of those that I actually made, so I gotta at least pretend that, you know, it's in the same ballpark, right? In addition, if you are subscribed to me, then and you have your Twitch and Discord accounts linked, then you are able to use you're able to use these emotes anywhere you like on Discord without needing Nitro. If that's something you care about. Similarly, if you have your Twitch and Discord accounts linked, then there are behind the scenes things in my Discord server that are accessible only to people who are subscribed on Twitch. They're not good, but they're there. Like, you can see thumbnails in advance and stuff for future videos. And I post scripts and things. Just genuinely, like, behind the scenes making of stuff. I post what I can. Maybe one day I'll post cooler stuff. Yarny, thank you very much for the bit. I will buy myself something pretty with that. Do you remember when they used to sell those strawberries that only cost like a penny? The strawberry sweets? I've always wondered how they made those. How do you make them so cheap that you can sell them for 1 penny? I forgot to buy strawberries? There's no way I just reminded you. Actually forgot to buy strawberries? No way. Buy yourself a pretty penny. I don't know if you can purchase a pretty penny with a pretty penny, but I will try. I'll give that a go. Straubs? I think they were called straubs. Yeah, I wasn't allowed them because I wasn't allowed sweets as a child. I didn't have sweets until I moved out of my house at 17. But, yeah, I think they were called straubs. Go to the bank, give them a penny, and they'll give you a shiny penny? Will they wait, can you actually just trade in money and be like, look, I'd like a new pound. If I give you this pound, will you give me a new one? This one has the Queen's face on it. That's no use to me. What were they cooking with Pacific Log? A Fortree? Wait. This isn't Pacific Log. I'm a fake fan. Okay, but still, what were they cooking with Pacific Log? Is this playing Pacific Log 2, or am I just losing it? Unfollowed? That is... So I knew it was Fortree, but I was thinking of Pacific Log. Like, I know this is Fortree City's theme. I know that. Why would I say something that I know is wrong? Pacific Log is actually quite similar? Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. Still good with me? I don't know any of these places. Clearly you gotta play a Hoenn game at some point. IGN would never have valid criticisms. Look, as long as you're okay with having like 7 water Pokemon in your party at all times, they're pretty good games. Played them all though, I just got bored. Then, ironically, I think Hoenn is the game for you, because the first 5 gyms of Hoenn I consider to be really fun and I always want to redo them. And then after you beat the 5th gym, you can just throw it away. That's my general experience with the Hoenn games. I was like, God, I love Gen 3. Oh, this is so fun. This is great. Oh, I got Surf. Oh. I see what they were trying to do, right? But like, the is real. Cooked with old music? It was more, it's not the music I was asking about with the Pacific Log. What were they doing and what were they doing with it? Why is it there? It just feels like it's a flight point so you can easily try the Reggie puzzle again, right? Like, I don't know. I just wish it was a little more linked to Sky Pillar. The Pokemon games I've beaten are Blue, Arceus, and Violet. Did you play Blue recently, or did you, like, only play Blue until recently, and then go, actually, I should probably catch up with these? Because those are odd games. If it was only, like, Arceus and Violet, I'd be like, oh, okay, you got into it recently. But the starting with Blue confuses me. Okay. Hot take that's not a hot take at all. Brilliant Diamond is terrible, but you won't know that. Like, Brilliant Diamond is only terrible because of what it could have been. And if you don't have knowledge of what it could have been, you probably don't mind what it is. I'm glad you're able to find enjoyment out of it. I could not, personally. Why did they remake Platinum? Sorry. Played Blue when it came out? That's wild to me that you played Blue and then you were like, yeah, I think I'll never touch another one of these ever. Oh, wait, you played... Okay, no, sorry, that makes more... No, you played them all. The connections, they're falling into place. Okay. But really though, even with Gen 2, you never, like, even beat, like, the first half? Brilliant Diamond pre-orders came with little Dialga statues, not all bad. I don't know where mine is, but yes, I do have mine. I did get that. I am a consumer. I did pre-order it like a moron. I will not be pre-ordering Black and White remakes. Should they come. I will not even get them, quite frankly, unless they have, like, ridiculously stellar reviews and are, like, actually amazing games. Because Black and White don't need to be remade. So they would have to actually make good games and not just make the same game for me to care. To have all my friends help me with Brilliant Diamonds Elite Four because it's pretty damn hard. I've heard that. I never got there. Because the pacing in Diamond Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl between the 2nd and 3rd gem is just so horrific that I just couldn't do it. The fact they don't even give you access to like Great Balls and Super Potions and stuff is just like... I think you get Great Balls, I think you don't get Super Potions. I think that's it. God, it's such a bad game. Sorry. You enjoyed it, that's what matters. It's such a bad game. But yeah, it just couldn't hold my attention. It's just crazy. I think I got to the 2nd gym and gave up. When you get to the 2nd gym and you see that it's the puzzle from Diamond and Pearl and not the Platinum one, it really is just such a... This doesn't sound as epic and high energy as the one from Gen 3. But this is the Otis version of the Pokemart theme, right? Yeah. I love the Pokemart theme in Base Gen 3. It's just so ridiculously, like, in your face. Like, you are shopping. You are doing that right now. But yeah, the Elite Four is like hard out of nowhere in BDSP, which is crazy. I think it's actually a really interesting change, but I overall would say it's a negative. Because it's like, you don't need to have your Elite Four suddenly be like genuinely and unironically ROM hack difficulty when the rest of the game has been a snooze. That's just strange to me. But overall, I think it's a step in an interesting direction, so I'm not going to completely harass it. I just think it's a curious decision. Another thing about BDSP, and this is very personal, but I still feel I need to mention it as like why I didn't finish it. It made me feel sick. Very few games give me like motion sickness from the graphics, and BDSP was one of them. It just made me feel ill to play for too long at a time. It's like, oh no, I feel like an old person right now. It's like, that hasn't happened in a long time, since I was a child. The Lego games used to do it to me. And, Super Smash Bros. Brawl did it to me a couple times before I kind of forced myself into getting used to it. But even then, it still makes me feel a little bit queasy. It's just I can kind of deal with it. Specifically Brawl, though, so I don't know what's different about it. I'd never had any issues with Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate. And I've never played the other ones. Is it slight blurriness? I don't know. I don't know what causes it. I wish I did. I find it quite interesting, because that's not something I've seen anyone ever talk about. It's like, okay, so it's not like the graphics are genuinely nauseating, right? I think the game's quite cute, even. But, yeah, just to me personally, it was just like, ugh. Did you play the remake of Link's Awakening? I own it, but I never played it. And I have wondered if it would do the same thing. I'm kind of glad that's where your mind jumped to. I should try that out. I just never got around to it. I think I own it. I'm pretty sure I got it for like a birthday or Christmas when it came out. I actually might not own it. Because I'm like, if I owned that, I'm pretty sure I would have played it. I might not own that. I won't embarrass myself by saying what this is. Like, my brain wanted to say it's the desert theme, and it's like, no, it's Mount Pyre. No! It just sounds like it could be a desert theme, but it's not. It's Mount Pyre. I know Hoenn, I swear. It's debatably the one I grew up with the most. I don't know, I'm pretty like... I'll say music blind. I struggle to even figure out if something is like good. I like the things that I like, but sometimes I listen to things that are just like I listen to out of choice songs, but they've switched out one word for the metal pipe falling sound effect. And I'm like, damn, what a banger. I'm just very odd. I listen to things that are supposed to sound awful and like them, sometimes. Sadly, nothing here. Sounds like you'd like old hyperpop. Who can say? What I like is very specific. Though I don't really dislike much music, is the other weird thing. I'm just kind of fine with it all. This is the diving theme. I know things. I recognize the little... God, more should have been done with dive. Like, okay. Clamperl, right? How did they mess that Pokemon up so much? Relicanth music. That is exactly what I'm talking about here. Clamperl is, for most of Gen 3, in most areas, the only Gen 3 Pokemon available when diving. It has 2 items that cause it to evolve when trading, which you are forced to pick between as a part of, well, not the plot, but like, for a pretty major character that most, and a side quest that people are probably gonna do. It has 2 branching evolutions that are different, and these items also just interact with Clamperl in unique ways. And yeah, it is like the most forgettable Pokemon. How did they do that? You're gonna see 50 of them. You're gonna get their item. No one cares about it. You hear this music and you're like, oh, Relicanth. Even though you'll have seen 5 million more Clamperl. It's just so odd. Game Freak moment for real? Yeah. I don't know how they messed that one up so badly. Mewtwo, 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 Mewtwo. This is such a fun hunt, I don't know. I think it's cool. We're in 4 different generations at once, you know? That's cool. I'm cool. I'm a cool person. I'm awesome. Streamer, you are so humble. Yeah, damn right I'm humble. I'm the humblest. There is no one on earth more humble than me. I'm just so humble. How do you know if Blue Mewtwo is shiny without checking the stats? Well, as you're gonna see right now when we get shiny Mewtwo in Pokemon Blue. Okay, unfortunately not. But to the left of Mewtwo's name, I have a patch installed made by Nora, who is hosting the Pokemon Pride event on Twitch. And there's a patch installed for Pokemon Blue that will make it so that if a Pokemon will be generated with shiny stats, then to the left of its name it will have the little sparkle icon that is used on Generation 2's summary screen. It's been modded over, basically. So you'll be able to see it on wild Pokemon and on your own Pokemon, but they won't change color. Glad to see you're still on the anti-self-deprecation train. Look, I gotta fake it till I make it, right? Like, if I just keep talking about how I'm the most perfect person in the world, eventually I'll get a large enough ego that I'll have forgotten any level of self-deprecation I might have had. Oh, bought my mic. Then again, I feel like people are used to me bopping my mic at this point. It's a special kind of Lottie ASMR. Oh, am I talking... Ooh, is my mic really picking me up very well? Something's up with my volume. I don't think it's mine. It's this video, it's really quiet. That's the issue. Didn't hear a mic bump? Yeah, I've got the noise cancelling set better than I give myself credit for, I think. Mewtwo, 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 Mewtwo. Okay, nothing here. Like, I do have small amounts of noise cancelling so that you can't hear me, you know, like... when I'm breathing. But I try not to have too much on so that you could still hear me if I had to be over on the other side of the room screaming at you, you know? And I think that's valid of me. Wait, did I say that we would only get to like 3k today? In 1 hour, aren't we already like halfway from where we were to 3k? How slowly was I going the other day? What? Oh no, we started at 2208. Okay, never mind. Don't worry about that. Thought we started at 2008. That makes more sense. Trying to figure out how I had possibly gone for a 9-hour Mewtwo hunting stream and not made it very far at all. Gosh, I'm realizing now that I'm not sitting comfortably. Oh my god, there we go. That's the... This is the gamer pose. That's what was wrong. Now we've got this. Okay, nothing doing. I do love how Crystal Mewtwo just yaps. It's been many years since I've seen a trainer I respected. I doubt you're another. It's like, alright mate, shut up. It's been like 2 seconds since I last saw you. Can you be green already? What is this theme? What did I do to deserve it? XY stuff? It's just called Soaring Dreams. Oh, is this the soaring music from Otis, actually? When you're on Latios or Latias? Is Rosa a great fly theme? Rosa? Latias and Lottie Toes. It's a good track, wow. I haven't played Otis in like a billion years. Jim Jam, I did want to say it has been 50 minutes, so... What's the deal? Please explain. See, there's always a fear, right? What if this ends up being the longest hunt anyone's ever done? Because the longest hunt anyone's ever done, the person did not set out thinking, oh, this will be the longest hunt anyone's ever done. Like, it's always possible. 500 mins left to go? Actually, only 450. Stream only goes for 300 minutes. So I guess, yeah, if we do get it on a stream, it will be in the first 500 minutes, huh? You got me shot. Okay, nothing here. That's how I've decided to fight back against yawning, by the way. Is just to do it anyway. But make it really pathetic. Pokemon fact about Mewtwo, since we're hunting it. In the first movie's original English release, they just didn't bother putting in any of the backstory stuff about Amber, the little girl. To be honest, you might not even remember it. You might not even know what I'm talking about any of you seen that movie, because you might have only seen a VHS release. They only started adding it into the English version on the DVD release. As a result, Mewtwo is a really weird villain in the first movie, when in fact he was supposed to be more tragic. But you can't understand where any of his tragedy has come from. Because he was just a tiny little Mew who was friends with a little girl, but then she died. And their clone friends all died too. How do you get Mewtwo and Crystal? Good question! George ID. That is not Pokemon Crystal. For all intents and purposes, it is Pokemon Crystal, but it is a ROM hack called Pokemon Perfect Crystal that changes very little about base Crystal. It just kind of tries to put every single Pokemon in the game. But one thing it does do is it adds Mewtwo and it adds Cerulean Cave, and I was like, cool, I'll play through that then, just so I can hunt Mewtwo in 4 generations at once. So, yeah, Mewtwo is not normally obtainable in Pokemon Crystal. That's actually a ROM hack. But you didn't notice, did you? It does have the same shiny odds as Base Crystal. I verified that. But yes, that is why... So, okay, I didn't play through the game with Tangela, right? I played through the game with a Charizard for the most of it, but then I played through the rest of it with Tangela. Candy Pop I soloed Pokemon Blue with, and Chromad is actually nothing to do with that file. The Heart Gold file is from a challenge run I did years ago, where I played through Pokemon Heart Gold using Only Present. That's what that save file is. But I did have to catch a Corphish and level it up, because Heart Gold Mewtwo only has Psychic moves, so therefore our Crawdaunt with Full Swipe, he'll be fine. He can weaken it freely. But, that's why Dumple is level 100. Is Perfect Crystal has put Cerulean Cave after Red, and leveled Red up to be level 100, and that fight was hell. So, that's why my Feraligator's level 100 down there. And, as you can probably see when the playtimes come up for a brief second, I did not hack that in, I did that legitimately. I had to grind up to level 100. Yeah, there we go. 58 hours, 44 minutes for a solo run. That's pretty miserable. More than half that time was literally just fighting Red. Well, fighting Red, leveling up, and then fighting Red. Okay. Nothing doing. Free Mewtwo today, methinks? Well, I've been told that it will happen in the first 5,000 minutes of stream, so fingers crossed, right? I don't think so, personally. I think this is gonna be a hunt that goes up to like 20,000. I think this is gonna be like a miserable one that goes on forever. I don't have hope for this one being like a fast one. Also, it was a pain to set up, so I kinda... As unhinged as it sounds, I kinda want it to go on for a little bit longer. Like, aside from Mewtwo and Tangle, I don't really know what I can set up in all four of these games. Eevee? I guess? Eevee is possible. Game corner hunts? That could actually be really cool. I might play through Yellow for that, because Yellow has completely different stuff in the game corner. But that would let us get 4 completely different things each time. Because in Crystal I can do the Kanto one, which has different Pokemon from the Johto. Yeah! That could actually be really cool, I didn't even cross my mind. Blue has the cheapest Porygon. Doesn't Leaf Green's Porygon cost the same amount? Or do Fire Red and Leaf Green both cost 9,999? I don't think they do. I think Leaf Green's Porygon's quite cheap, no? Super quick since you technically get 5 encounters per check. 5? Oh! Oh! Go in with 1 Pokemon, buy 5... Why didn't that even occur to me? That didn't even cross my mind. I might be dumb. It's like 5, I only have 4 games. Am I missing one? And then it hit me and I was like, whoa. Casino week is coming up, so I'll be doing my little game corner hunts. You trying to indoctrinate me into Casino week? The saddest thing about that is I can't do Porygon, but I could get like a Porygon. I need to look at the prices of things. I think I could have a lot of fun with that. I think I could have a lot of fun with that. Once I figure out how much stuff costs. That might be a fun one to do after Mewtwo, actually. Running stage of the Voltar Flip calculator? I don't need that. I've already got a load of coins in my Heart Gold coffee. Because I had to get a bunch for Silk Scarves, because that save file comes from me. I played through Pokemon Heart Gold using only Present on stream like 2 years ago, which was hell. But as a result, I needed Silk Scarves and I needed Ekans from the Game Corner because I needed Intimidate on them. Because you can't catch Ekans in Heart Gold, but you can get in the Game Corner, which was huge. Did my Pokemon still all have Silk Scarves right now? Yeah. You can see right there. Jim Jam the Granbull with a Silk Scarf and Present. I'm built different. There is a video of that run on my YouTube channel, but I don't think the video is very good. Which is a shame, because I worked very hard on it. But it's like, I wasn't even happy when I made it. Kind of thing. I've actually heard it's a lot better than I give it credit for, though. I made it specifically for Christmas Day, so I had to get like a crunch on. Because I only finished the run at like the start of December or something ridiculous like that. Oregon is cheapest in Crystal. Ah, darn. I was kind of hoping to go for Larvitar in Crystal, I won't lie. Actually, Porygon and Larvitar are in the same game corner, aren't they? They're both in Celadon. So that should be doable. Buy one Porygon, buy as many Larvitars as I can, and then whatever the other thing is in there, it's like maybe Clefairy or Abra? Something weird. Like, who checks the Celadon game corner? I don't remember what's in there. 5555 coins is not bad, though. It's a shame you can only get one of them, but you can mix it in with other stuff, at least. See, now, maxing out Voltar Flip is one thing. Getting to 9,999 coins in the other games is going to be a hell of a grind. Voltar Flip grinding stream? Is there a way I can check how many Voltar Flip tokens I have? Get Wobbuffet in Crystal too? I can get Wobbuffet in a heart. Oh no, that is only Crystal, isn't it? Because Crystal has Wobbuffet, Cubone, and something weird. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, can I check how many? Oh, Abra. That makes a lot of sense, actually. That's not weird at all. Coin case. Oh, it can hold up to 50k in Heart Gold? I didn't know that. I have 549. I thought I was swimming in them. I am not. We may in fact need a Voltar Flip grinding stream. And I don't think any of the other 3 games have a coin case. Because why would they? So we need to get those. I mean, you could at least just buy the coins in them, and I've probably got hella money in at least Leaf Green. Pokemon Blue is going to be the issue. It's going to be the problem child. PKX. Sorry, I'm coming down with a nasty cough. Yeah, I should be able to buy them easily enough in Leaf Green. I can earn them easy enough in Heart Gold. You can save state for them in Crystal. It's just Pokemon Blue is going to be the issue. Not that I would save state for them in Crystal, obviously. What a scoop! You will get Mewtwo in the next 50 days, mark my words. Oh, thanks Jim Jam. Fingers crossed, right? Hope you have a good day. Have a good stream? I think I will, actually. I feel much better than... Like, okay, vocally I don't feel good, but mentally I feel better than I did yesterday. The Voltar Flip Calculator is a godsend. It's so true. So even though I'm, like, bragging about how it's like, oh, I already did that, and then it turned out I didn't. Oops. Well, I did, but I spent them all. I did use the calculator, even then. It's just a shame that Pokemon Blue is awful. Actually, I could rematch the Elite Four over and over and over again. I forgot about that. Staying one more second to say this is uncool, you must grind out Voltar Flip with love and heart for the game. I don't want to do that. I did, to be fair, do a bit of Voltar Flip back when I was streaming that challenge, like, without the website. Because I'm pretty good at Voltar Flip. But it just reached the point where it was like, the website was like, look, you got a 30% chance. It's like, okay. Well, I don't think I'm gonna get that myself, huh? Zinnia's themes. We do love Zinnia. I love the way she had very little plot relevance, but she looked cool. It brings me to tears. It's just one of those themes that's written in the right way. A track that does that actually for me is the Game Over theme from Kadelka, which I'm gonna play just now. Very, very Mewtwo music. This is just written. I don't know, the way this is performed is just like, this is sad song, right? This is just sad song.mp3. This is song that makes you cry. Cynthia's theme also triggers your PTSD. Cynthia's theme is really, like, I don't know, it doesn't trigger PTSD for me. I never had issues with Cynthia when I was a child. I think you might all have just had collective skill issues. Sky Tower from Mr. Dungeon's good. Okay, I think we've had enough of this. I love this, but I don't think it works for Mewtwo very well. Alright, what we got, what we got, what we got? Come on, you gotta give me something here. You can't just give me the beach theme again and again. I feel like we gotta do this one again then, huh? Like, no one's sick of upbeat Mario music to cure your depression, right? The only thing that YouTube ever wants to give me as a recommended mix off the back of random songs. I threw off the playlist I made because I wanted to play the Kadelka Game Over theme. How foolish of me. I actually think this music is less Mewtwo than the Game Over theme was. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. This is so upbeat for Mewtwo. I am coming into your cave. Look, maybe Shiny Mewtwo is a happy guy. He kinda looks like a Yoshi. He might like the Yoshi Star music. Give it up for Puzzle Plank. The only song to be on every single mix. Sometimes twice. Yeehaw! Yeehaw for Puzzle Plank, Ahabs! Yeehaw! Were you always pink? I thought you were green. Maybe I'm losing it. How are you this day, Ahabs? Get some sleep? We're proud of that. Because you forgot to do that yesterday. So I'm glad that you did it since. You did the work? No, you just said you did some sleep. No, I already applauded you. You can't... You can't do this to me. Oh, now you do... Okay, good. I wanted to congratulate you, by the way. We've had no internet problems over the entirety of Pride Month, apart from that one day we did. I have dropped like a total of 200 frames or something over the month. So, thank you for that. You deserve a raise. Tell your boss, twitch.tv/GuineaLottie says I deserve a raise. Only it'd probably be in like a New Zealand accent, so we're like, hello there boss, twitch.tv/GuineaLottie says I deserve a raise. That's what New Zealanders sound like, right? Yeah! I got it! I'm built different, okay? I can do the accents. If you don't want to say it, you could even just actually record that. Like to make the squeaky Auckland accent to Auckland was like going Scouse. Scouse, but Zealand? But New Zealand. Where's Old Zealand? I've never heard of it. I guess it's in England somewhere, but I've never... It's not like York or Hampshire or anything like that, where it's like, oh, I know that one. I've never heard of New Zealand. I've never heard of Old Zealand. Holland, huh? But I've never heard of it. It's just never come up on my radar. Because I've never been to Holland. Okay. I know I've slowed down on the hunts. That's because I'm like, I don't know when the star appears on the shiny. And there's a part of me that's worried, like, what if it only appears once your Pokemon is fully out? Like, who knows? There's a part of me that thinks I'm dumb for, like, scanning them every time. Because, like, they're gonna be purple, Lottie. It's like, no, one day they won't be purple. One day they won't be. One day I'll have my glorious Ekans Mewtwo. Otwam? That somehow looks like a mix between Welsh and Uwu speak. Otwam? Otwam? Otwam, boyo. I love the Song of Storms. One of the songs every YouTuber uses. We should listen to that theme, like that mix again, actually. That was quite a good one. Because it was so off. Who has ever used this in a video, though? Like, genuinely. Unless it's just to totally coconut maul your viewers. Send this to your friends to totally coconut maul them. We're starting a chain lighter now? No. But I do think it'd be really funny to send people to Song of Storms and be like, you just got coconut mauled. That is something that's a bit concerning to me. My Twitch keeps disconnecting me from the chat room and then being like, you're connected to the chat room now. It's like, I've not, there's nothing wrong with my internet, so why are you doing that? And like, I get that it just does that sometimes, but it's happened to me several times over the past few days, you know? Oh, Song of Storms is over. What's next? Actually, I don't even know what this is. This is Sweet Sweet Canyon from Mario Kart 8. Oh, I could have told you it was Mario Kart music. I just couldn't place it. Send this to your friends to totally Sweet Sweet Canyon them. I knew this one. Is that because you've been Sweet Sweet Canyoned? Canyon in my head as I didn't send it on. I think I'm gonna start pestering my friends by sending them random Mario Kart tracks. And just being like, you just got Waluigi pinballed. They'll find it hilarious. Everything I do is funny. This is also Mario Kart, right? It sounds like menu music, but it's not. Right? It might be menu music. Feel underwater? Let's see what are we rocking with here? Daisy Circuit from Mario Kart Wii. We were both very wrong. I hear it now. Now that I know what it is, I hear it. Like, now that I know the answer, I know the answer. Good luck he does maths, not music. Okay, but ask me a maths thing and I'll do it like immediately in my head. I'm very good at maths. I can do them so fast. But you would not believe the absolute speed I can do numbers at. 5 divided by 0, 17. That was so fast. 2 plus 2, 17. Frufras Fru? Hey, my accent's not that bad. 18 minus 1, 19. I think a new problem. Oh, okay, I thought that was just what I sounded like. Like, my god, my throat's not that terrible, is it? Is it Rename? Frufras fru. 17, I think. No, the thing is, you just have to go really fast. You don't need to get it right. I am unironically actually pretty good with maths things, though. I think it's probably because I have aphantasia, so there's more space in my head for numbers, because there's no pictures in there. But like, if you give me a 3-digit number and ask me to multiply it by a 2-digit number, I can do it pretty easily. Landlines are the worst. Who even has a landline in 2024? Like, who's up phoning people? I would never phone anyone. Old people who can't troubleshoot it? Oh shit, no, you're so right. Old people do love their old technology. Says I, who grew up with Generations 1 to 4, playing Generations 1 to 4, even though we're on Generation 9. Sometimes I think, how long will it be until people don't really know why the call button on things is what it is? Because people don't recognize that kind of phone. Or, you know, like, how long until people don't know why the save button is a floppy disk? Because those things just aren't relevant anymore, yet they have remained in the cultural zeitgeist. Simply because of what they've been used to represent. Like, landline phones will forever be used to represent the call button, even if we've grown past landline phones. I really want to see that green Mewtwo. I don't know, I feel like this is the rare hunt where I will pop off for it. Like, it's not my favorite Pokemon or anything, but it's Mewtwo. Can't not be excited. Yep. Okay, nothing here. It could happen any encounter, you know? I love coconut ball. It's not impossible. I don't know when the sparkles appear, but I think they would just show up when the name does. Do you think is if it is Pokemon Blue, it's gonna come as such a shock, right? Because we're not gonna see it be a different color. We're not gonna see it sparkle. We're just gonna see the little icon next to the name and go, oh, cool. But I don't think we need to worry about that. I don't think it's gonna be in Pokemon Blue. I really do think it'll be in Heart Gold. They're all so different, I don't know what to look at every time. They've all got different things going on. I just want to, like, zoom out my eyes and look at it from a different perspective. I wonder if that was in my headphones or if that was heard by all you at home. That'd be in the mix. Come on, Mewtwo, this is like the cat song. You gotta show up for the cat song. Mewtwo is my favorite cat fetus monster. I ironically do really love that about Mewtwo, that it is just like a cat twisted into a humanoid monster shape. It's still got the cute little ears. Like, don't even try and tell me Mewtwo wouldn't love neck scratches. I need to stop doing that. I keep going silent every time so that it's like, oh, I don't want to be in the middle of something in case the shiny should. No, it's not gonna be there. I've been spoiled by method hunting. I keep thinking it's gonna show up any second now. That's not how this works. Just talk. Stop going silent just in case. It won't be there. It's not going to be there. Okay, I do love Super Mario Land 2. I'll give them that. That is a solid choice for the mix. Though I wouldn't have picked this song. If I had to pick one song to represent it, it would definitely be the Space Zone Level 2 theme. Not the... What even is this track? Super memorable, whatever it is. It might just be the regular, like, grass level theme. This was my Mario game as a child. This is the one I had. Because my mom had it. And she was never able to beat Wario at the end of it. It was like, no, it was just impossible. It's just not possible to do. He cheats. My mom couldn't beat a lot of platformers. Looking back on it, I think she was just bad at video games. Like, genuine skill issue. That was a weird game. The fact that one was also a Mario game in Japan is odd. Because when you look at Super Mario Bros. 2, you're like, oh, that makes sense, actually, okay. That's why it's so weird. It's like, Super Mario Land 2 has no excuse. Like, it was always made to be a Mario game. It's just weird. I miss the flight carrot. I always saw it as a strawberry as a child, I won't lie. But carrot, rabbit, that makes more sense. I just think it looks more like a strawberry. Is this Odyssey? Specifically, this is Wooded Kingdom? I think. I've got less to talk about with Wooded Kingdom from Odyssey. What do you want from me? Sadly can't talk about Mewtwo. Even though he never stops yapping about me. My poor computer needs a break sometime soon. Yeah, I'll probably shut it down tonight. Stop leaving the poor guy on sleep mode every single day. Can't imagine he's doing too hot. Start the poor boy? No, he's fine, he's fine. Computers are fine to be on sleep mode all the time. Sometimes I don't even put him on sleep mode. Sometimes I just have him upload VODs to YouTube all night long. He's fine with that. Warm. I could restart it right now if you wanted. That is technically an option. I am recording it. Okay, good. My PC to mine bitcoins overnight as a student, just to use it as a heater in winter. Okay. I unironically have no idea what people are talking about when they talk about mining Bitcoin. Like, no joke, I don't know enough about how Bitcoin works to know what that even means. I don't know how it happens, I don't know. I don't know. I have no knowledge of that. Ba-da-do, ba-da-do. Right there. PC just makes lots of heat, I was called. I just don't like... what does it mean? How do you mine Bitcoin? I thought you had to buy Bitcoin. Okay. Children yearn for the mines. True, though. That's why they call them miners. What is this track? Plessy's Ride from Bowser's Fury. Damn right it is. Right on, Plessy. Bowser's Fury was good. I'm actually kind of surprised that the 1000-Year Door didn't come with any kind of side story like that. Like, I'm gonna real, I thought it would come with the side story where you play out Luigi's garbage. Because they seem to like porting things and then giving it a side story, but I guess they just didn't want to do that for the 1000-Year Door because it was like such an old game that they had to genuinely redo it as opposed to basically just re-releasing it, but still surprised. It's like, people liked Bowser's Fury. And, like, Xenoblade had Future Connected, which, you know, but, yeah, like, everything that they re-released just kind of has something on it, but 1000-Year Door is just the 1000-Year Door. Pikmin 3 Deluxe has its stuff. But then Pikmin 1 and 2 don't have anything, so maybe they decided GameCube was too old to deserve new things? Which doesn't make any sense. But whatever. Dang, you know, I think this one actually does cure my depression. So in a way, Lottie's mom played games, mom hated them. My mom got me into gaming. I don't know how people started playing video games if their parents didn't like them. Like, where does the addiction begin? I only started playing games because of my mother. Visiting friends' houses? But how did they start? I mean, my mom still plays games. My mom and stepdad might even be through there right now playing World of Warcraft. I was an IT teacher? Guess you're right. See, like, how did it happen? It's parents got children into video games. It's their faults. Even if it wasn't always their own children. They did it. God, we're gonna be hearing this theme for roughly 7 million hours in July. Look forward to that. I know I'm not. It's gonna be nice to go back to getting to just hear what games actually sound like, rather than having to find mixes on YouTube. Because I've just been sticking with the same several mixes, and I don't think anyone's really minded. But maybe I'm wrong. I'd like us not fighting in the back of the car on long drives, so Game Boys it was. Multiple? My sister and I had to share. And even then we were sharing my stepdad's Game Boy. It was only years later that I got my own. Which still inexplicably, despite being mine, could still be taken away from me at a moment's notice for the slightest mishap. Such as breathing in the wrong direction. Okay, sorry, Tangela. I got a bit overzealous, Tangela. Tangela, I'm sorry. Are you okay? I think he's alright, guys. Purple, 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 purple. I do think it's funny that it's only ever Tangela that happens to. He just gets sent out so fast. My sister and I did get our own DSs, thinking about it. But I don't know if she ended up buying hers. Or if she had it bought for her. I literally have no idea. Because I got the silver one. I wanted the blue one, like the light blue one, but I wasn't allowed it because my cousin got there first. And it's like, I don't care. Can I have the thing I want? But no, that was forbidden. Because he would have gotten jealous of the fact that we had the same one. So I got the silver one. My sister had the pink one. It's like, dang, I should have gone that one. Didn't know they had a pink one. I didn't even get to pick the silver one, I just got it for me because I didn't... It's like, not like the blue one. I really did make that thing last, huh? I was trying to think, because, like, I did get another DS at some point, didn't I? And I never did. DS I got to replace it eventually was a 3DS, but the reason I thought I must have gotten another one is the touchscreen broke on mine. The dog stepped on it one day and broke the touchscreen. So it always thought it was being pressed in right in the center. As a result, you could just get soft-locked in games sometimes. And I was completely unable to play games like Pokemon Ranger. But you get soft-locked if you tried to make Poffins or whatever, because once a game became completely touchscreened, you couldn't do it. Pokemon Ranger you could play a little bit of so long as you didn't bump into any Pokemon. If you bumped into a Pokemon, you were soft-locked. But I really just was stuck with that until I got a 3DS, and even after I got a 3DS, I actually just continued to use that broken DS for Game Boy Advance games, because it was easier than trying to dig out the old GBA. Ah, childhood memories. I will not sing the Pikmin song. I will not sing the Pikmin song. I will not do it! My anxious movings knocked over my light. There we go. Jump scare. Pikmin on the GameCube, Pikmin on the GameCube, Pikmin on the GameCube, Pikmin on the fucking GameCube. Oh, it's like biting my nails. For the Wii, Pikmin 4 and 5, Pikmin 6, Pikmin 7, Pikmin 18, Billion and 11, Pikmin Temptation and Pikmin Sin, Pikmin on your iPad is called Pikmin Run, you cross over with Pikmin and New, Lost Browser Game, Pikmin Space, oh, it's Pikmin Fortnite, Pikmin Lomi Clay, and Pikmin Sand, Pikmin Adventure, Nintendo Land. Please end. Please end! I keep putting Tangela in the firing line. Will he survive this psychic? He does seem to survive them pretty consistently. I'm proud of him for that. Which is good, because if the shiny appears on Leaf Green, it's all up to Tangela. Actually, this is upbeat Nintendo music, but hasn't it all been Mario? Am I going crazy? Oh, it's upbeat Mario music. Oh, I've got the wrong playlist on. That's what's confusing me. It's like, dang, where's the other upbeat video game series? Where's my upbeat Metroid music? Upbeat Metroid music to Brave Brinstar with. Still note. I genuinely get excited every time. I think shiny hunting might be unhealthy. There's something definitely like addictive about it. Not in a good way. Like, I'm genuinely sitting there like, this time I'll recapture the feeling. I'm gonna need to detox hard in July. Unfortunate. Did I say unfortunate? No! Statistically likely! There's nothing unfortunate about there not being a shiny Mewtwo at this point. It's only been... Chat, why am I so small? Why am I so small? Why am I so small? What happened? So I guess when my light fell down, it messed up my webcam. I was so small. Really was just like, hey, welcome to this shiny hunting stream. We're gonna look for Mewtwo today. Maybe today will be the day. It's not the day. I'm very small. Now the question is, can I even get back in position? This should be good enough. I'm looking directly into the webcam, so it should be fine. I see you. Who's final boss? Basically a Bowser Stellar Terra type? Stellar, not dark? It's just dark Terra, right? I don't even remember why the Dark Star took the form of Bowser. Oh, it cloned his DNA and stuff, didn't it? Oh, wait, no, you're right, this is Dream Team. Sorry, I'm zoning out. Shoot, you think I remember Dream Team's final boss? I think you're right, though. Okay, I literally don't remember Dream Team's final boss. I just remember that it wasn't Antasma when you'd think it would be. Dream Team was genuinely the game where Bowser got to show off that he is the big bad guy. Why don't I remember that fight? You say Dream Bowser and it means nothing to me. I haven't played this game in a million years, clearly. I even remember Paper Jam's final boss. Oh, Dream Team really just does not stick in one's head, huh? What he tries not to dream. Yeah, I try not to dream of Bowser. I dream about my man Tropius instead. I hope he's okay. Dreamy Bowser? Oh shit. I don't remember that. I don't remember that appearance. I don't remember this. Mewtwo? More like Mewtwo? I don't know this man. Okay, I do know Mewtwo. He's not the man I don't know. I know Mewtwo well, actually. Our parents were like friends when we were in school, so we were kind of just forced to be together. But also, hello Wendy. How go things for you? Do you ever dream about Bowser? He's kind of like a crab, right? Kind of like a big crab man. To prove knowing Mewtwo, let's go again. Okay. Mewtwo's effective base stat total in Generation 1 is the highest that any Pokemon has ever had. Outside of, like, temporary forms. Because it was, what, 734 effectively? If you take into account the fact that it's special attack and defense, where, you know, that's only one stat. But if you take into account it was 154, I think that's what you get. I just pulled that completely out of my ass, but I'm pretty sure all of that's true. The first generation in which Mewtwo was not readily available, which is Generation 5, because it is, like, Generation 2 and 1 can be considered as being, like, really close friends, right? So Generation 5 is, like, the first generation where Mewtwo is not readily available, and that's where they decided to give it a signature move. Which is certainly a choice. This isn't Mario. This is the Song of Storms. Like a Kirby game? No, this is from Ocarina of Time. This is the Song of Storms. You're just gonna have to believe me on that. I would never be wrong about the Song of Storms. I could have picked a better song to try and pass off as the Song of Storms. Like, other than the most obviously Kirby-coded, happy, upbeat song ever made. I think this song is actually Return to Dreamland's World 1 theme. But I might be wrong. Let me check. No, I'm completely correct. That's... I trust that you would never be wrong about the Song of Storms, but I don't... Sorry, hold on. I trust that you would never be wrong about the Song of Storms, but I don't trust for a second that you wouldn't lie about it. That feels unfair. Have both Kirby main game on 3DS, but did not do them. Both? It was Kirby Triple Deluxe. Oh, Planet Robobot? Was that 3DS? It might have been 3DS. I never really played Kirby games. I kind of missed out. Because I love the ones I have played, I just never played any others. So what? Got there. Does it? Yeah! That sounded just like you, what are you talking about? It's perfect. Right? I think I'm right. I trust that if you were to do a Lottie impression, you'd be like, "Oh, I am Lottie. I love shiny hunting. Oh, I do. I love naming all my Pokemon after Pikmin things. Oh. I'm much too scared to do impressions of my friends. It's a me, Lotio. But the trick is that your friends will like you either way. Because they're your friends, so they have to like you. They can't just not like you anymore, they're your friends. That contract is binding for all eternity. I've never stopped being friends with someone who I was previously friends with. That's never happened. That would never happen. My partner thumps me when I mimic her accent. Does your partner sound like the New Zealand accent I did earlier? Right there, I have. No, I can't do it anymore. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Alright there, I have. Alright there, I have. Do you have a good day at work? Do you fix all the internet? 3,000? No. Ugh. I mean, woo. Let's go for 5,000. Real Kiwi word is bugger? I don't think I'm allowed to say that in the UK. It's like a wrong word here. It's a forbidden word. It's very PG. I don't know if that's true. Allowed on TV daytime adverts? Well, I'm allowed on TV daytime adverts. It doesn't mean I'm PG. Can't get over how fast Pokemon Blue is though, because like, look, we're still in the menu, right? But then we're talking to Mewtwo, we're in the battle. As soon as you're past all of that opening bit, Gen 1's just like, Mewtwo. But he's slinked back to 7th place in leaderboard? That's just gonna happen, right? I'm a very small person on that leaderboard. Pressing Mewtwo giving you lip every time you reset? Bro is yapping! Like, oh, well, you know, it's been a long time since I've seen a human who I respected, and I really don't think you're gonna be another one, so, you know, blah, 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 blah. Big thumbs down for Crystal Mewtwo. Not a fan. Technically, Ahab's, you know, actually sorry, I take it back. The leaderboard is very important to me. And with a small donation of only... $1,000. You could make me #1 on the leaderboard if you so desired. You actually need to give $900. man, what a shame it would be, you know? Like, oh, I'd be... Oh, that'd be awful. That's a lot of stickers. $900, but they're all stickers. What is that? 180 stickers? That is a lot of stickers. I could be cocooned in stickers? Yeah, I would live a different life. I would dare put one on, and Rebecca would be like, Lottie, you fool! You can't put a sticker there! Lottie, what are you doing? I say you can't put stickers in places, I just know where they're ill-advised. List all the places where they're ill-advised. In excruciating detail. Actually, wait, hold up. Chat, we have more real estate space for stickers today. That's the big advantage of wearing a low-cut top. We have all this real estate. That's like double the face space. On the eyeballs, up the nose. I could put a sticker up my nose. I would do that. I'd do that for charity. I'd put a sticker up my nose. Mysterious rocks rumbling from behind. Kirby Triple Deluxe. We've definitely all had that feeling before. Reserving the right to make fun of you? Wait, hold on, I missed that message. That's so cruel. So you won't do an impression of me, but you'll mock me? For my life decisions? And what did I to deserve this fate? Oh, okay, fair play. At least you're consistent. At least you're admitting to it, right? Just believe we can keep Lottie top 10? So, when we started this, right? I genuinely did not even think I would hit 100. My goal for the whole month was 500, right? Because it's like, we made like 460-ish last year. But it's like, I don't know if we'll hit 100, because what if it was a fluke? So that's why I set it to 100 to begin with. Then we smashed it on day 1, and it was like, I guess I'll set it to 200 and see if that keeps up. We smashed that on day 2, and it's like, I know donations are all very front-loaded in these sorts of events, but that's still wild to me. It's like, alright, fine. I'll try it. I'll try and go for my 500. That was my original thought for the whole month. And we've passed that. I am, like, unironically in the bottom half of streamers in terms of the size of people that are taking part in this event. And it is crazy to me to be able to make as much for charity as we've been able to do. And I know it's because Ahabs hates HRT, but like, it's not just because of that. It's because I'm simply built different. No, it's because of all of your generosity. And it's very cool to see. I don't think we'll be staying in top 10 though, I'm sorry to say that. We can do it, you believe? Maybe. It's not totally impossible. I doubt it. It's not really a goal of mine. Like, here's the thing. If $100 is going to be donated, right? I don't really mind if it's through mine or through someone else's link at the end of the day. I'm not gonna be like, people should only donate through my link. But it would be a pretty cool achievement if it just happened to happen. I wouldn't push for it, I wouldn't try and advertise it. It would just be a cool thing that we were able to do. But at the end of the day, all that matters to me is that money's going to charity. The campaign for Southern Equality is just a very good cause. I'm very happy to do this. I pretty much plan on doing this every year for basically forever. Like, unironically, even if I stopped streaming, I probably would come back once a year just for this. All that matters to you is HRT is dead. What a trans ally. I don't think anyone's gonna be reviving HRT this time, I'm gonna be real. I think because it was me that got him killed, I think he's done for forever. Don't recall being an ally? Me when I'm not an ally and so I donate massive amounts to charity. To be fair, being an ally isn't really something that you call yourself, you know? So I guess you're just right, huh? Like, okay, this might sound a bit... I don't want this to sound judgmental in any way, right? This is purely an on-me thing. But I explicitly don't tag my streams as, like, ally. Or anything like that, because I don't think it's my place to decide if that's what I am. Similarly, I can't just tag them as, like, safe space, because again, that's not up to me to decide. I don't get to choose how safe this space is, I don't get to choose how good of an ally I am. I'm just a person. And if I start branding myself as those sorts of things, what if I slip up? You get to decide that you're trying? What if I'm not trying? But no, like, genuinely, it's more a case, it's like, I wouldn't wanna... I don't know. I'd be worried about slipping up and people feeling let down, or anything like that. Or the fact that it's like, if I claim I'm an ally, does that mean that anything I say is being stated from the words of an ally? You know what I mean? It just all feels... I don't know. I overthink things a lot, I think. I just let people be people. I'm no ally. They're just people and all people should be respected. Debatably, that's being an ally. Because, yeah, that's exactly what's being stood for right here, right? Like, that's what this charity aims to create, is a world where all people are respected and can just live happily. Oh, I'm fighting. People can tell a slip up made by someone who means well and is trying, as opposed to someone being malicious. I still just don't think it's my place to call myself an ally. I don't know. Wait, Mewtwo turns around in Gen 1, but he doesn't in Gen 2? Perfect Crystal, my ass. I think you're unlikely to do something egregious enough that people will turn on you. Well, yeah, because I'm like, you know, not a terrible person. I mean, I mostly feel by hate. Nah, I can't do the Australian accent. The Australian accent? The New Zealand accent. Oh god. See? Slip-ups. Slip-ups after slip-ups. I just hate HRT more than I hate the charity. Yeah, no, I believe you, definitely. We wouldn't want to admit to being allies in these charity streams, right? That would just be awful. We wouldn't want to recognize the good that's being done in the world as a result of our generous donations, would we? I don't know, I guess my logic about it is mostly more like... It's not my place to say. If other people decide that that's what they want to call me, I'm down with that and that's what I'd like to be seen as. But I don't get to just wake up one day and decide that's what I am. I'd rather just show it than say it. That sounded so pompous. I'm glad you think that's fair. Good, right. I worded it in such a way that it no longer sounds bad. Whew, got myself out of that corner. Oh, I love Pokemon! Do I keep HRT dead if he comes back? Or bake cakes for a different charity? Oh no, now you're making me feel bad about my Bayleaf. I don't think he'll come back. I genuinely don't. I predict, with regards to the Fool's Gold Nuzlocke, that provided I stay alive, right? That we'll get roughly one gym done every stream. So we should finish it there for next week, which is crazy. Do I bring HRT back just to kill him again? It feels wrong not being by my hand. That would be psychological warfare against me, especially if you bring him back and then just leave him there for a while. Just let me get sucked into a state of false security, and then you take him away when I need him most. I really do miss HRT. Like, I love HRT. I really thought he could take that self-destruct. This sounds like someone dropped a Kirby song down the stairs. What is this? Gorgeous Go Round Kirby Planet Robobot. It is a Kirby song. Charlotte! Charlotte with the happy pride. Thank you for the raid, Charlotte. Welcome in, raiders. Kai Rectangle, Lemon McBoss. Anyone else who might be here? Did Charlotte get the minior? Well, the next minior, rather. Sadly, no. Dang. Charlotte. How are you doing? How's it going? Even I was lurking earlier too? That's so real of you. I'm gonna be real, I actually tend to lurk in streams. Yeah, Charlotte, if you have to like go and eat something or anything like that, I totally understand. We are also doing Pokemon Pride charity stuff over here. I am hunting 4 Mewtwo at once in Pokemon Blue, Crystal, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. I don't know why I'm doing this, but yeah, I am doing this. Mewtwo? More like Mew 8192. Got him! 8,192. Oh, the shiny odds. I said the number and my partner just brought me quack. I'm in love. Is that some sort of Canadian euphemism? I don't know. She quack on my quack till I quack. I'm sad though that you didn't get the minior. I really thought you were gonna. Filipino dish, deep fried eggs basically. Huh. The more you know, right? Mew squared, Mew cubed maybe? But there's been a few of them. I don't feel good about this hunt. I think this is gonna be the kind of hunt where it goes on until we're at like 20,000 encounters. Deep fried eggs sounds so good. I'm not gonna disagree with that. I could go for an egg right about now. I love eggs. I actually am not that fussed on eggs. Does he need to run 4 more screens? I don't think I could run 4 more screens. I don't think I'd be able to focus on it. Also, quite frankly, no, I'm not. Okay, A. So this is actually a bit of a difficult thing. A, I don't want to get to Cerulean Cave again in Pokemon Fire Red, right? Because accessing Cerulean Cave and Fire Leaf Green sucks. But more importantly, I don't own Fire Red. I don't have that game. So it would just have to be another copy of Leaf Green. Mario music? No, this is the Song of Storms. Dip the save? I guess I could dip the save, yeah. Oh, it didn't do the thing. I'm all sad now. This is the Fur at Walk song? Yeah, no, definitely. But yeah, to explain what I was saying earlier, I actually tend to lurk in streams. There are a few where I will talk, but usually I will like read out into a stream. I will say hi, I'll do all that stuff, and then I'll just have it on in the background for like the next hour or two. And I feel bad about it because I feel like they think I just raid and run. It's like, no, I'm still there. I promise. I'm just quiet. I'm just small. Like after 5 hours of streaming, the last thing I want is to talk to people. You know what I mean? Is this the original N64 version? No, I was like, no way, that sounds too exciting. That's Throwback Galaxy from Super Mario Galaxy 2. We are shiny. Also, apologies for delay. The Orpheus surgery arc took a while today. How did the surgery go today, Orpheus? Did they finally give you that third arm? But yeah, we're shiny. We've not done that many encounters yet. All things considered. I don't think it'll be for a while. Cook Filipino food? Not me personally, no. 3k is a respectable amount of encounters. Oh, do you think you would have given up by now? How did you not get a mini? What, like, that's... how? That's wild to me. You must... What'll happen is when you finally do get it, you'll get like 3 in a row. That must be what'll happen. Because that's crazy. You wouldn't get one yet. This is the Song of Storms. It's rare I find streams I actually want to lurk in. Usually I just leave. Usually streams I would actually chat in that I lurk in. I don't have the energy. Yeah. I don't know, I just... Look, I'm... You might not get this from me, but I'm actually a very shy and reserved person. I don't like talking to people. I'm very bad at it. I don't like putting myself out there. I feel self-conscious when people talk to me. I especially struggle with like speaking like in front of a large group or whatever, which sometimes is what you get when you raid out, right? There's like a large amount of people watching. It's like I'd rather just say hi and then slink off into the shadows. People are hard. Yeah, definitely. Why do you just sit there imagining us? The audience are naked to calm the nerves? No. So, okay, here's the thing. I have aphantasia. I cannot picture things inside my head. I've actually mentioned that on stream already today, I think. I can't see things in my head. Yeah, Lottie loves imagining. Yeah, I wish I could. As a result, I didn't realize until fairly recently that when people talk about... I didn't give a shout out to Charlotte. Charlotte, can you give a shout out to yourself? I didn't realize until recently that when people talk about like imagining people in their underwear, they can do that. That's actually a thing they can do. It's like, whoa. Charlotte, did you do that yourself? Oh my god, you did. I wondered if it would stop you. Okay, yeah, Charlotte, she's lovely. Good friend of mine. She does shiny hunts. She doesn't stream as often as I do. But she is streaming a lot during Pride Month. Really? She does. She does stream. She does stream shiny hunts. Genuinely. Genuinely and truly. Your reactions to incoming raids. Oh, where'd it go? Reactions to incoming raids are unique, so I'm not surprised you're shy. Most of my streamers I watch have anxiety. I'm a very anxious and small person, yeah. Wowzers! First time hearing of this. Yeah, she genuinely, Charlotte, she streams. In fact, on Monday, I will be beating Charlotte again at a shiny Pokemon bingo race, where we will be trying to catch more shiny Pokemon than the other person in a 5-hour time limit. We've done 2 so far and I won both of those. I fail to see why anything would be different here. The confidence? It's just funny at this point if I win the 3rd one too, right? If I give her the winner takes all round and then win that too. Yeah, Orpheus, please, eyes on the road. I can't remember how people look, but that's more face blindness, not being able to picture things. Yeah, I can't do that either. Like, I really struggle with people's details, and that's actually how I realized I had aphantasia. Because people were like, you can't remember what, like, Angus looks like? And it's like, no, I can't. Until I see the guy, I can't remember what he looks like. It's like, I vaguely remember the hair color, or, like, maybe the eye color if I've really looked into them. Angus moment. This is a certified Angus moment. Look, I struggle to think of a name, okay? Angus was the first one that came to mind. It's funny when you boast and then take the L. That was what was meant to happen. Okay, to let you in behind the scenes, I wanted to lose the other day. I thought it would be better content if I lost that race. Because then it gives us the proper best of 3. But unfortunately, fate decided to give us the least interesting 5 hours of our lives, because I just pulled ahead at the start and then stayed ahead basically the entire time. And we ended up with exactly the same result as well. It's like, that was so deeply uninteresting. I just spent the stream being like, it's Snover and then wins. I really thought I was done. I didn't see what I could possibly do out of that situation I was in. I got super lucky with that Mazai brick. Aren't you one of the few people here who doesn't drive? Who does drive here? Rebecca would never be allowed behind the wheel of a car. You can't quite remember what Angus looks like. They call it being agnostic. True. That's when you question the existence of Angus. Is Angus real? Can you prove the existence of Angus to me right now? I know they look in theory, then I see them like, how? That's actually really interesting. Out of curiosity, and this might not be the case, but does that happen to you with streamers? I don't know if you watch enough of them that would be a thing, but I am curious about if streamers are fixed enough in their perspective that you're actually always correct. But I don't know about that. Driving, I would never? Yeah, fair. But a couple in Bakugan? Okay, DD, have fun in 2004. See, Lottie, in the US, you can't really exist without being able to drive. I guess it depends on how often I watch it. I was just curious if you watched any frequently enough that was kind of like a thing. Because I wonder if with real people it's because you have seen them from so many different angles. But you only ever see me from this one, for example. And most streamers don't exactly like spin around in their chair or whatever, right? Live in the US and don't drive. I'm also trans, so yeah, I don't exist. True story. Dang, I didn't realize that trans people didn't exist. Unless it's maybe short for like transparent. Most frequent watchers don't have a face cam? That's so real of you. I'm actually very insecure about having a face cam. I do it specifically because I feel like people wouldn't show up without it. I'm not a trans parent. I don't have kids. We're here all night, folks. Hey, look, you drive the laughter, you know? That setup feels so good. We're here all night, folks. I like the part in Lottie's stream where all the trans people watching turn to dust. Y'all live in large cities? Or just carpool everywhere? Orpheus, I'm begging you. Happy Pride Month! Bike to work and don't go anywhere else? Yeah, yeah. I'm amazed you can even bike in America. I thought it was like Mad Max over there. What is showing us live? She doesn't know how to drive? Yeah, that's what we were literally discussing, is that none of us know how to drive. You can't be surprised about the fact I don't know how to drive. This system which is just amazing. It's only existed for a week and I love it. I have seen it a few times now. And every time you send it, I'm like, top tier remote. I like that it holds up based on that message. That might only be on my side, but I like that it's holding up your 2023 thing in front of your name. That might only be on my side, but it's doing it perfectly. Is it doing it in chat? Probably not, right? Unfortunately not up there. Never said I don't know how to drive, I just said I drive. That's actually, so when I was in nursery, when I was like 2 or 3, I remember we were talking about driving, and someone, I think he was called Max, was like talking to me, and he was like, oh, I know how to drive, and I was like, no you don't, because you know what children are like, they don't believe each other. He was just like, yeah I do, and I was like, no you don't, and he was like, you just don't crash. I don't know why I remember that interaction so much, but I do. And then at one point as well in nursery, they were like, okay, we want you all to walk around the room at 20 miles per hour. And it's like, what? I explicitly remember that because it was just like, we all started sprinting around the room as quickly as we could go. And the nursery teacher was just like, no, that's not actually very fast. It's like, well, we didn't know that. But I do think it's hilarious that it was like, we heard car speed and we zoomed. Those are 2 of my nursery memories from when I was nursery Lottie. I had blonde hair when I was in nursery. Can you picture me blonde? Where's my hair? Can you picture me blonde? Probably not. The basics of driving on a golf cart? Miles per hour? Don't you all use the weird system? No, we use miles per hour for cars. Don't worry about it. Very happy that Ahab is keeping Orpheus alive right now. I was like, someone stole my Lilo and Stitch figures. So at the end of every semester in primary school, I don't remember what they were called, you could bring in all your stuff from home. You could bring in like your Game Boy, your DS, not your Wii though. And then you could play them with your friends. You just had a day where you got freedom. And I remember once taking in all of my Pokemon cards, and they were just all stolen. It's like, oh, these are all the ones I've ever owned in my entire life, and they were just all taken. The teacher was like, shouldn't have brought them in. It's like, okay. That's cool. That taught me a lesson about authority figures. Now I punch policemen. It's so sad, what? Yeah, they've just all taken. It's like, shouldn't have brought them in. It's like, why is it that that feels like it's the Why do I feel like if I had stolen them, theoretically, you would have somehow snuffed me out? I'll punch policemen with you. Fair play. You punch who? Nobody. Nobody, officer. Happened to my kid, I would have raised hell with the teacher. I don't even think I told my mum. My mum typically sided with teachers anyway. She still does. Even when I'm just like, right, it's actually against human rights to take their phones or keep them from the bathroom. My mum's like, well, you have to have some level of control over them. Okay. Buddy needs help out of jail, I got the bail. I've never committed a crime in my life. Sad to say, I'm not actually cool enough for that. Punching police is like a bad idea, they can arrest you immediately. They can't arrest all of us. Okay, I feel like I'm actually... I'm teetering on the point of creating uprisings here. It's true though, children shouldn't have rights. It's human rights, not monster rights. Children are just little humans, and they need to actually be valued and treated as little humans. Like the French and be revolting. I stole something when I was a toddler. Okay. The little size things on clothes, like the things on coat hangers on clothes to tell you what size they are, I stole those all the time as a child. I just would go around, I'd pluck them off, I'd put them in my pocket, I'd go home with like 7 of them. I used to take them into nursery and say that they were fairy dice from the fairies. My spleen's catching shade. Up till the age of 11, I stole stuff all the time. Dang, y'all are built different from me. Crime? Jail! I say jail! I don't know if it's a crime to take those. My mum did used to tell me off for it. But no, just in general, teachers did not treat me well in school at all. I don't know why they hated me so much. I was like a good student. But it was like they just always saw it as annoying when people would like steal my stuff, throw it into trees, take it home, punch me in the face. It's like, okay, sorry. Sorry for putting you out in this. I'll try and be less annoying in the next life. Teenager I stole a Pokemon game from scared the living hell out of me when I was 11 or 12, so I stopped stealing. Why were you stealing? I would never steal. Teachers hated me, I was a 4.0 student. I don't know what it is. I feel like teachers just pick one student, they're just like, you're gonna suffer. That's how I'm gonna get through this year. Me was just like, yoink. You literally have like rogue backstory. Oh, you were a stud net. Oh, that's fair actually. Yeah, I'm also actually a 4.0 stud net. I literally don't even think I can talk about any of my actual experiences with men. As the stud net I am. On Twitch. Yeah, stunted is maybe more like me, huh? I realized that what I just said there made it sound so much worse than what I wanted to say, but ironically it doesn't make it sound as bad as the true thing. I'm just gonna move on. Since I have anxiety issues, so theft was never an option. Anxiety's great. I love not being able to order from Subway in case the guy judges my sandwich and punches me in the face and puts me in the people blender. Lottie Eyes isn't an emote on Twitch? I'm afraid not. No, I've actually missed it quite a few times. I might add Lottie Eyes. Like, it's not just me though, right? Like, you go into... I'm just using Subway as an example, but you go into Subway, and you're just there like, oh, can I have? And you're worried they'll say no. You're worried they'll say no to you. Why? The Subway employee is not going to turn around and go, no. No, your sandwich is gross and your face is gross. Get out of my shop. I want... I think you should be more assertive, right? You should just be like, I'm having. Oh, excuse me, ma'am, what do you want? I'm having hearty Italian. Foot long. Sandwich. The other thing is, okay, this is actually more specific. Give me the foot-long hearty Italian. As long as it's not barbecue sauce, sweet corn, and pineapple. So, okay. The other issue with my anxiety with Subway and why I will ask someone else to order if they are willing to, like if I can, is I don't know what the triangle cheese is called. I don't know what it's called, and it's too late for me to ask. It's just the triangle cheese. So I'm just like, oh, yeah, can I get like a hearty Italian? Like a foot long, with the, triangle cheese? You know, the triangle, yeah. And, like, sweet corn, and lettuce, and, just barbecue sauce. Yeah, that, no, not toasted, not toasted. Thank you, thank you. If I stutter during my order, it is invalidated? Yeah, if you stutter during your order, you go in the people blender. Stunted by going to a normal school for me when I should have gone to a special needs school from the earliest age possible to actually develop healthily? Yes. So, this is a big problem, right? Because there are supposed to be 3 levels of schools, at least in the UK, which are mainstream, additional learning needs, and complex learning needs. The problem is, that middle school? Not a thing. They defunded them all and now they simply don't exist. And the people with additional learning needs are simply sent into mainstream schools. And it's like, yeah, obviously they can thrive there and stuff and communicate, but they will struggle unnecessarily. And that sucks. Because the resources should be there for them. Only about half of the people who are actually in mainstream should be there. The problem is that they have to go there because there's not another option. Sunflower pattern, my anxiety buffer? Do those actually work? Most of them I know I'm a heck of a mess in my head, starting to worry about being judged. I mean, I know what they mean at the very least. But I just don't know if everyone would. I've always wondered about that. If I stutter ordering a sandwich, I'll just go back to the end of the line. Good. Wasn't diagnosed as neurodivergent till I was 20, so school was unnecessarily brutal. I have never been diagnosed as neurodivergent. McSam with the yo's, welcome in. Or maybe it's just one exciting yo-yo. Yo! Yo! How are you doing? I've never had any sort of diagnosis of any kind. I just kind of relate to maybe a few too many, but a few of the things. I'm just an anxious little person who fixates on Pokemon a healthy amount. Could be better, Guzzlord is being mean. I think you'll get there eventually. Like, it's only a 1% chance. It's not the worst thing in the world. My dad failed his A-levels in the late 50s, but because he had allergies, his town paid for him to go to private school in Brighton. Allergies? 242 Ds and nothing? Wait, no, that's actually awful. I saw a preset of a shiny Ghostlight twice before catching it. Made the same mistake I did. Honestly, Rebecca, I didn't even know until recently that you hunted shinies. Yeah, it didn't seem like your thing. Ayo, where are all the green Mewtwo? Is that? Good question. It was the 1950s, Lottie. Nothing made sense. Oh, true, actually. I'm actually from them. Oh, I'm in McBoss. Thank you very much for the follow. Last DU phase was at 175. Hey, you're still not over odds, though. For another phase, right? It's not the worst thing. Actually, you are definitely over odds, huh? Shh. Ignore that. Ignore how badly over odds you are as soon as I did the maths in my head properly. Shh. That just means it'll happen really soon, right? Nothing makes sense in 2020s either. I make sense! 2028 is my year. 2028's gonna go well. But it's good at math, she says. I just added 100, and I was like, wait, no, there's 4 every time. Oop. Eh. I love the Song of Storms. Count your fingers like the rest of us? Counting on your fingers is better than... maybe this is an aphantasia thing, actually. Shit. But I count on my fingers. Just to keep stuff in place, right? If you're doing complex multiplication to the point where you need to, like, kind of do 2 sums and then add them together, I find it's good to keep one on your fingers. And then do the other one on your head, and then you can add them easier. Most people think black people should have rights. At least that's something. That is something! We're doing better. Slowly. We will never regress. I won't let us. That's why we're here today. No regression. No regression on any front. Got bounce. Hope you have a great rest of stream. See ya. Have a good one, Yarny. Have a good time. You better actually walk like Toadstool. What are the DAs, but I want all my shiny luck to go there and leave none for Minior? Well, Charlotte, I think that you have lots of shiny luck anyway, right? Like, you let it all go in the race on Monday. Because you caught more shinies than me. Changing my personality to walking like Toadstool? That's so real of you. I love Toadstool so much. Really dim my lights because I'm not sleepy and it's late. Okay, hold on. I got you covered. Welcome to the Demi Lottie stream. I missed the light, chat. I missed the light. It's already been 3 hours? Yo, where'd it go? I thought we'd been live for like an hour. I've just been fighting into these Mewtwo on all cylinders. I swear stream went by so fast today. How long were you streaming for? Because I thought it was short, but that's because I thought I'd only been live for an hour, so like I'm very confused right now. I guess you were live for 3 hours-ish? What? Where did time go? That makes no sense. How? Just like, oh, maybe it was like 3 hours? 2.5, maybe? Like 4 hours? Just like, what? This is the Gen 3 one. When the time Charlotte was about to read out, I was like, what? That did not feel like I've been here for over an hour, but the clock can't lie. Yeah. It's already over midnight with you. Dang! Where'd it go? I mean, if it's a fast day, that means it's been going well, right? Phantom! Thank you very much for the 11 months. I hope that you are continuing to enjoy the stuff. The stuff you get from the subscribing. Like the emotes and the no ads and the stuff. Not long already? You came in last year during June, right? That's when we met? I think you came in when I was hunting Gligar. Or something like that. And, you were there on one of the last days, if I recall correctly, before I had to go. Because I went on holiday for like 2 weeks, it was pre-planned. And I remember being surprised that you were still there when I came back. So it's like, wow, you waited. In a box full of shinies and Rogue Red. I'm glad it stuck in your mind, yeah. Can I get a shout out to Rogue Red? But yeah, I got the, if you, !Pride 30 will give you the box. That I did. Because I did get a full box of shinies last year. In a week. God, I'm built different. Oh, that hack was called? No. It was called Radical Red. Me when I'm on a skateboard. And I'm red. Do you remember that you did that before I challenged you to a shiny race? Well, to be fair, that didn't give me any... Also, wait, you didn't challenge me. I hit you up and said, hey Charlotte, I think this is a fun idea. I extended the olive branch to you. You took it. It was kind of mixed up with Poké Rogue. I want to give a big shout out to Rogue Red. Like a narrative? Oh, okay, okay. Should I call the YouTube video something like This absolute nobody challenged me to a Pokemon Scarlet and Violet shiny bingo race. And the thumbnail is just like a Discord DM that says like, I challenge you, and then me saying, okay. Gotta make Rogue Red now to make myself not look like a dumbass. Can you make the player character look like me? That'd be great. I think Lottie likes small ant. That's not just a small ant thing, for what it's worth. If it was just a small ant thing, I wouldn't have made such a targeted comment. It's just a thing a few YouTubers did at one point, right? Where they would just be like, this person challenged me to this, and then the thumbnail's literally just Discord DMs. It's pretty much a small ant thing. I don't have the history on where that started to be able to comment on that. Look, I'm already enemies with RT Game, okay? I don't need to be making other enemies in high places. In the description, I stole the thumbnail and title idea from Large Beetle 2. No. I don't know what I would call the title for it, to be fair. I've not thought that one through yet. The timing's pretty unfortunate, because the editor for those 3 videos has been away. They were able to work on stuff on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of that one week I was ill. And that was kind of their plan, to keep them out, so I think we'll get one by the end of this week. But yeah, it's big oops on my end for being ill. I kind of messed up the scheduling, it's all my fault. Everything often is. Back in a moment, jumping from phone to PC. Have fun on your PC, Phantom. How do you hear me when you're deafened? Immune system skill issue? It is a little bit of one, yeah. I don't... Okay, so what it actually was, well, okay, I can't talk about what it actually might have been, but... It was so hot that I just felt ridiculously nauseous. And it is still possible that's what it was. I don't know. But I basically streamed as long as I could before I realized, wait, no, I think I'm actually gonna throw up. Like, this isn't just... I don't think this is just heat anymore. I think I am actually, like, sick somehow. It's not just discomfort. I do think I'm gonna throw up if I finish the sentence I was in the middle of. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna stop streaming then, I think. Does anyone in chat have a favourite nostril? I like my right one more than my left one. I feel like I can breathe easier through my right one. My left one is the one that gets blocked. If one of them's gonna get blocked, it is always the left one. I just feel like the right one gives me better air. My phone's literally blocked right now. Did you fill it with egg? Nose pass left nostril? What do you think the inside of Nose Pass's nose feels like? Like if you put a finger up there. Think it's like sticky and gooey, or do you think it's just like smooth? Smooth and stony. Wet? Rocky? I don't know if it'd be wet. That all hinges on Nosepass being like alive on the inside, right? Cold and dry? I think it would be cold and dry. I don't think it would be wet. If it's allergy, it's either of them that aren't blocked at that moment. That's fair, yeah. I just think the right one is more dependable. It's like, when parents say they have a favorite child, that doesn't mean that child is always better than the other one. It just means on an average day, that child is superior. And that's kind of how I feel about my nostrils. Sometimes the right one lets me down, but on an average day, the right one's better. The right feels like, see, the right nostril's just better. Nosepass, are you alive on the inside? Me start my therapy session. If my therapist opens with, "Are you alive on the inside?" Are you right-handed? I am. Powerful therapist? Concerning therapist? Twitch.tv/GetnyLottie. Are you alive on the inside? But their opening question shouldn't just be, do you feel dead inside? You know what I mean? I'm gonna be tired anyway. I am also wondering that. Buddy is right-handed unsubbed. I can write with my left hand too. Is it bad that I was so convinced that you couldn't find Mewtwo in Gen 2? No? You're actually correct. Mewtwo is not available in Generation 2. That down there, Pokemon Crystal version, that is in fact Pokemon Perfect Crystal is what it's called. It is a ROM hack that I came across that changes very little about Pokemon Crystal, except it makes every Pokemon available, and it does so with Mewtwo by adding in Cerulean Cave and Mewtwo. So, you're actually right. There is no Mewtwo in Gen 2, but I figured enough people probably didn't know that I could get away with this. But I'll own up to it whenever anyone questions it. I don't want to be spreading misinformation. Kingfisher Games, thank you very much for the follow. What Lego are you building? Like, what is your creation going to be? But yes, no, Donut Dreamer, that is, yeah. I have been purposefully leading people astray. I've been spreading misinformation on the internet. Lego Icons Lord of the Rings Barad-dûr. It is better than Darth Jar Jar Lego, which I think doesn't exist. 5,000 plus pieces, 40 bags, 10 minifigs, 3 books. You've only got 10 miniature figs as snacks to get you through this? I wish you luck. 5,000 pieces sounds like hell. I've never done Lego stuff. As a child, I went around to see... Like, I went with my mum when she went to see one of her friends. And... This is Lottie's most evil moment. I threw a Lego train down the stairs. Just because I could. That had been made up of so many pieces, and it all came apart, and everyone was very annoyed at me. And I don't remember doing that, but I'm told I did it. That's the closest I have as an experience with Lego. I never got Lego as a child because it's so dang pricey, yeah. What I got as a child instead were plasticine figures. Or, well, was plasticine. I'm really good with like modeling clay stuff. You might not believe that because it's me, but I can do that. That's something I can genuinely do really well. But I can't do it as well as I probably could if I didn't have aphantasia. Little Lottie is proof kids are monsters, not human. They're small humans that don't understand. They need their chance. That's why I'm not sure about having kids. Well, here's the thing though. It wasn't my family's train set. I was like, you need to be more sure about if your friends are having kids. It's their children you need to worry about letting into your house, right? It wasn't my parents' thing I destroyed. Kids are not allowed in my house, period. If you're visiting, you're getting a sitter. Yeah, excuse me, Sharon. If you want to see the Lord of the Rings Barad-dûr Lego thing, you're leaving your kid at home. If you're having me set, I'm doing so at your house. Who would leave a kid at someone else's house? It's just weird. Weird if I said I'm good at everything? No, true. I do believe that. Whenever anyone is like bragging, I think they're just true and right and correct. Always. I have never doubted anyone who's sure of themselves. Got a sister. I could see her leaving a future niece or nephew of mine with me for an afternoon. Well, I mean, do you have a back garden? Unbelievably handsome. I was gonna say I believe it. Good for you. Uh-oh. No, everything's fine. Got a one-bedroom apartment? The hallway! Flutter.exe gas crashed? Gas? Oh, has crashed. I was just... Am I particularly gaseous? That makes so much more sense. My gas crashed, I was just like... Not my gas. Not my constant stream of gas. What? No, that's true. That is the big benefit of Twitch, right? You can't smell me. Gaseous? Is that a new form of Arceus? That doesn't even work though, because I said gaseous and not gaseous. But it was deflated. This is only tangentially related, but... Wait, why does only Gen 3 say XP? Ah, all the other ones just make you figure out that's what that is. Weird. But, once as a child at a soft play center. Do they have soft play centers in America? Children go in, there's like gigantic shapes made of soft stuff that's not as soft as it should be. And they must be like beds for disease. Anyway, I went to one of those ones and someone pushed me off of a tall thing and I landed on my back on one of the soft things and I just felt myself die. In that moment, I knew I was dead. I wanted to call out for help, but I couldn't because my voice was gone. It had left me. I no longer had. I wanted to scream because I was in such pain and I just couldn't. I was trapped in silence until eventually I could let out a weak and then it got a little bit stronger until it was and then I felt better and I went back to the soft play center. Like a McDonald's play place, yes, exactly like a McDonald's play place. Child attempted child murder? I really at that moment thought that was it, I was gonna die. That's why I remember it. Even though I must have only been like 5 or 6. There is a time when it is your last time in the soft play area and you never realize that it's over and you'll never go back. It's deep. It happened though, right? Like, one time in there was my last time and I never got to go back. Do you have a wacky warehouse in Scotland? That's the show with Dick Dastardly, right? Do you ever think about the fact that of all the Pokemon that exist, all 1014, 15? I actually don't know the number. One of them is the one that you saw, like there's one of them that you haven't seen since you've seen every other one. There's one that you saw the longest ago. And you just don't know what it is. Nothing stopping you going now apart from anxiety? That's not true. If I phone up and I say, hey, can I have the soft play area? They'll say, no. No, you can't. You're an adult. You're going in the people blender. It's always Stantler? Yeah, it's always Stantler. Just walk in, we ball. Just walk in, we bail, as in we pay for my bail when I go to jail. It's never Stantler. It's never Stantlover. I ran myself into a wall a few years back out of trying to relieve a meltdown. I thought originally he said relive a meltdown. It's like, you're built different from me, I wouldn't wanna. Trying to relieve a meltdown. So I know what you mean about how it hit your chest, you lose your voice in such a weird way. Right? Like, I just couldn't move or do anything. Some of these songs got heavy modern Dragon Quest energy. This is a hella Dragon Quest song, huh? This is the Otis Cycling Road theme, right? Oh, well, just the bike theme. You know what I mean? 5-year-old Lottie got stun locked? Yeah. Fell off the monkey bars in 4th grade, couldn't breathe for a solid minute or so. I never had the upper body strength for those. I always wanted to, but I never have. Ah! Neither did I, that's why I fell. You got me there. And for a while then I suddenly could. I should try that, but when my muscles are now so atrophied from being the epic gamer that I am, that even if I, like, I mean, look, what is this? What is this? Like, what is that? But if I, like, flex them, I feel sick. I am walking muscle atrophy. And one day it will kill me. No, shiny. We halfway there yet? 3496? Do you think we can hit 4096 today? You should probably die doing what you love, gaming or something? Yeah. True. I'll die at the ripe old age of 24. Bloody flexes an arm and it makes the sound of a wobbly metal sheet. I believe it. When extend streams get redeemed? Oh wait, is that back again? Mewtwo in the next 5,000 hours? Jim Jam, you came back and we're still hunting Mewtwo. It's hard to believe it's been 50 days already. How's it been? How's it gone? What did you see? What did you do? Who did you speak to? What's changed in your life? I won 2 games of League of Legends and lost 1. Well, hey. Charlotte, that could be not you, but that could be me. But not with League of Legends. With shiny hunting. I think I get to 496 today. I think I'll find Mewtwo before then. Nah. Nah. I think we're hitting 2 times odds with this hunt. So did you lose that game of League because of you? Or was there someone on your team who wasn't pulling their weight? Drank my tea and suddenly I want Cheerios. At midnight? Never lost a game of League because of me. Always the team's fault, I promise. So true. I've never lost a game of League. I've never lost a game of League of Legends, actually, Jim Jam. You've lost more games of League than I have. That's crazy to think about. Shout out to Quebec calling it Leagues. For calling it Leagues has the same energy if your mum calling and being like, oh, are you playing your Nintendo? How are your Pokemons? Are you catching all your Pikachus? Phantom, that is the first time I've heard that joke today. I want to give you a round of applause for that. Phantom really did the whole repeat someone else's joke louder thing. Random craving. We've all been there. I mean, I've said before, the first time I had beer, and the only time I've had beer, was when I was... It was like 11 PM or something late, and I was eating cornflakes. Well, Frosties, because I would never eat cornflakes, but... Well, Frosted Flakes, because I could never afford the branded stuff. But yeah. Have to head out, nice meeting y'all, hope to see you again soon. Farewell, Lemon McBoss. May you have the best day. I just got carried in one game, never played again. I was more referring to Rebecca. You got the 2 messages from Rebecca that are like, hold on. I've never lost a game of Leagues. I've never played a game of Leagues, but that's beside the point. And then really shortly after from Phantom, I've never lost a game of League either. I've never played it either, but you know. Yeah, Phantom actually has you blocked. Sorry, I forgot about that. I shouldn't have called attention to that. Ever found it because of DS and Nintendo? And as a Pokemon nerd who knows specifics, it bothers me? Yeah. The only ones you can call a Nintendo, right, are the NES to the N64, and even then you shouldn't. It shouldn't just be a Nintendo. But it's like, if you're gonna call your NES a Nintendo, I get it. And if you're gonna call your SNES a Super Nintendo, I get it. And if you must call your Nintendo 64 a Nintendo, I think you're weird when N64 is faster. But maybe you're really old. But the GameCube? The Wii? The PS5? We could barely figure out they had a DSi rather than a Lite or OG. Like, who had a DSi? The 64 is one more syllable than Nintendo. It's faster. It's faster to say. N64, Nintendo. It's faster to say N64. It takes less time out of your day. It is, it's faster. It's faster to Vane. Look. What I do in casual conversation is I just whip it out. Because actions speak louder than words. And whipping it out says so much more than syllables ever could. You're talking nonsense? I would never talk nonsense. You're so cool for having that? I know, I'm perfect in every way, actually. That's what they tell me. So GameCube got a pass because in all official capacities it's called Nintendo GameCube and not the Nintendo GameCube? No. Because it's still just a GameCube. No one calls it a Nintendo GameCube. That's insane. I'm just so cool for having that. I really am. I just wanted to go back to that message and read it out again. I really am cool for having that. We bring in my DSi matted hot pink from to realize that we did have the exact same type of DSi. Dang. Is a Mario 3D Land level select song? This is... Yes. This is Super Mario 3D Land Special World 8. God, you're so cool for having that. I really am. I really am, though. Functionally say Nintendo. I just say Nendo. If I buy the Pikachu N64, am I cool? What if you buy it off of me? This is the only one. They made it for me. Instant recognition from them, and I only guess based on the very short descriptions. At least you got there, right? I imagine I'm as annoying to other people. Because I don't really know stuff about other things. Oh, you got the GameCube. That's awesome. I mean, you didn't get the GameCube, but you got a GameCube. I wanted to remember I wanted to bring it for the is this the type of DS you mean? I may have held it in. I would have been like, please, please, right now. Google, please. Is this it? Please. Oh, wait, real talk. Why does Mewtwo and Perfect Crystal not turn around? Because look at Pokemon Blue. Mewtwo and Pokemon Blue turns around to talk to you. He's got a back sprite. But Perfect Crystal, they couldn't. What? It's too perfect for a back sprite? Can't see Mewtwo's ass in Perfect Crystal? Who do you think they are? He doesn't respect you? Look, if I'm turning around when someone comes up to me, it's not generally because I don't respect them. I really like that in Fire Red Leaf Green, by the way, they just did not give you the option to talk to him from the side. Can I ask how much you paid for that N64? I've had it since I was a child. That's my N64. I didn't buy that recently or anything, that's just mine. From childhood. Do you know how much they're worth now? This one's worth even more because I've licked it. They're worth a decent lick, yeah. Decent chunk of change. How much are they worth now? Should I flex harder that I have it? £300? Oh, only that? Pfft. Phantom, you were willing to drop that on a GameCube. This is the only one that has been seen with twitch.tv/GennyLottie. You say it's worth more because you licked it? Yeah. That makes it more valuable. Sign it to make it more valuable? I think that makes it less valuable given that I am a nobody. Like, things so others wouldn't want it. Alright, Mewtwo! It's actually kind of tricky sometimes being as effortlessly funny as I am. Ba-dum ba-dum bum. Bum 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 ba-dum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum ba-dum bum. I'm really just built different in that respect. Guinea effortlessly funny, that's me. Are you trying to say that you've never lost a game of Leagues? When I play Leagues on my Nintendo, I've never lost. I love DMing my friends jokes, sometimes. They always love them. What if it'd be cheaper to buy a normal N64 and a Pokemon shell for it? Definitely in the state that my one's in. I don't think it's actually, like, very well preserved. Real talk, why don't Nintendo just re-release the N64? Even if it's just as a limited thing? Even if they only release, like, 1,000 of them or something? Or maybe more than that, I don't know how many they'd need, but why don't they just put them back on the market? People still buy them, you know what I mean? I'm only funny when you don't expect it, or I don't expect it either. Yeah. Sometimes I say things that I don't mean to be as funny as they are to me, and then I start laughing, and other people don't always find those funny. Mewtwo. What if Mewtwo was shiny? That would be crazy. Like, what if he was green? Skill issue? Hey! Even if it isn't funny, you're laughing at your own jokes, always make them funny to me. Okay, can I read out a joke? Predict your next encounter, Leaf Green will have at least one green shiny. Hmm. You might be right. Can I read out a joke that I sent to a certain friend earlier today? And she thought it was, like, not funny at all. But I thought it was really good. I was pretty proud of it. Okay, hold on. Let me find it. Let me find the joke. Okay, are we ready? A man takes his pet crab into the seafood store. The woman behind the counter seems perturbed, but money is money. The man asks, "Do you make crab cakes here?" "Why, yes we do, sir," she replies. "Oh, that's great," says the man. "It's Harold's birthday." The man's pet crab is turned into a crab cake, which Harold enjoys greatly, citing the event as his best birthday of the year. I thought it was funny. I thought it was good. That's appreciable. I can appreciate that take on humor. Why is it his pet crab? To set up for the joke. It can't just be a wild crab. I said something I didn't realize how it sounded, and in hindsight it was a lot funnier than how I meant it. It sounded like I was talking about something way different. Oh, we've all been there, right? Buddy just sent me a series of sad stories and then shouted at me for not laughing. So, okay, so it's an anti-joke, right? But it's an anti-anti-joke because you think, oh no, the crab's gonna get made into a cake. And then it's like, oh, that's great because it's Harold's birthday. And you think, oh, he's asking for a cake for Harold, his crab. But then it turns out that no, Harold is someone completely unrelated who's not in the joke at all. See, now that I've explained the joke, it's funny, right? Yeah, now that you're explaining that, it made it a lot funnier. Have I ever told the one about the man with the big orange head? We're talking about long chicken sandwiches, and someone else had been quoted with, "I want to kiss a chicken," while she was on pain meds. And I, without thinking, said, would she kiss the long chicken? We all would. Lottie then also went on to invent crab races, so that was fun. I have no idea what you're talking about. Peter Griffin here to explain the joke. Okay, I'm gonna tell the joke about the man with the big orange head, okay? So, I went to a bar a couple of years ago, and I saw, drinking alone, just staring into his drink, this man with a big orange head. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. And I went up to the bartender and I asked, hey, you know, like, what's with the guy with the big orange head? The bartender said, oh, that's an interesting story. Buy him a drink, perhaps he'll tell you it. I'm like, alright, okay. So I go over and I sit next to the man with the big orange head. I bought a drink for both of us. And when I sit down and place the drink in front of him, he says, I suppose you want to hear the one about the big orange head then. I suppose you want to hear about the big orange head then. I'm like, yeah, I do. So, alright, okay, well. I was walking in the desert a few years ago, and I tripped over something in the sand. It was like, just something hard, and it was unexpected. And I turned around to see what it was. I pulled it out of the ground, and it's like a magic lamp, like, from the stories, and I'm like, well, maybe it'll work. So I rubbed it, and lo and behold, a genie popped out. And in a booming voice, he said, "You shall have 3 wishes if only you ask for them." And I was like, well, dang, that's pretty amazing. He paused to take a sip from his drink. So, for my first wish, I wish to be the richest man in all the world. And the genie said in his booming voice, "It shall be done." And the sand around my feet turned to gold, my wallet filled up with debit cards, crowns piled on my head, rings appeared all over my fingers. I was the richest man in the world. He stopped again. And then what happened? Oh, well, then I decided for my second wish that I would like to be wed to the most beautiful woman in the world. So I asked the genie that, and he said in his booming voice, It shall be done. And he parted the golden sands, and as they fell cascading into sandfalls, out walked the most beautiful woman in the world. And the genie wed us then and there, the ceremony taking place instantly, and she was mine. I was the richest man in the world, and I had wed the most beautiful woman in the world. She's like, oh, okay, as he paused to take another sip from his drink. She's like, well, what happened after that? He said, oh, well, this is where it all went wrong. You see, for my third wish, I wished for a big orange head. Won 2 league games since this joke started. Oh no, don't worry. I understood your long chicken reference. Someone wake me up when the joke ends. Hey, that was a good joke. It was solid. Everyone laughed. Everyone had a good time, I think. I can practically hear Rebecca laughing from here, actually. She always finds my jokes funny. Do you want me to get the receipts again? No, no, no. I feel bad for the woman. Did she have no agency in the situation? She did not, no. I don't think she was actually, like, real. I think she was created by the genie. Best part of that joke is knowing where it was going halfway through, but still knowing you have 5 minutes left of the joke. Yeah. I mean, the best thing about that joke, unironically, is telling it. Because when I got to the bit where it's like, I know he's about to say that then he wished for a big orange head, I was like struggling not to burst into laughter early, and it's like, I have to tell it. I have to try and stick with it. I can laugh afterwards. But seriously, telling that joke, amazing stuff. Because when you tell it to someone else, you'll be laughing all the way through because you know how disappointing it is. And as a result, they get bigged up and they're waiting for the punchline, and they're waiting for the punchline, and they're waiting for the punchline, and then you're like, ah, and then you wish for a big orange head. And they'll just kind of stare at you and be like, wait, what? The most unrealistic part of the story is that Lottie bought someone else a drink? What is that meant to mean? I've been to parties before. I've gotten drunk before. They called me Drunky Lottie back in university. Actually, I don't think I've ever been to a party in my life. I'm more like when you have to listen to Grandma tell you a story, thinking that's a point. But actually, she's just telling you something she randomly remembered. Oh no, I'm Grandma! Gotten drunk before an accident? I'm gonna ask how, yeah. I'm gonna ask how. I've never gotten so drunk that I bought someone else a drink. If someone had a big orange head, you'd want to ask them why. Granny Lottie? You wish. Gilfy Lottie. Forget the drinks aren't outrageously expensive outside of London. They're pretty bad. They're still pretty bad, but they weren't that bad. The time I got really drunk it was a bar that had just opened. It was called the Captain's Cabin. And they were selling shots for only £2 a shot. And it's like, okay. Yeah, I spent, like, so I took £100 to the bar with me because I didn't know how much it cost to get to go out for a night of drinking. I had literally no idea. I took 100 quid. But I only bought 10 shots. And they gave me a deal for it. They were like, alright, buy 6, get 5 free. So I got 12 shots for £20. And I got utterly hammered. It probably didn't help that I was on painkillers at the time. That probably got me a bit drunker than I needed to. But hey, as a result of that, I was able to confess to the person I had a crush on, because they were out on that night too. Medication was not explained because they just didn't think I might want to drink in the future. So I drank a tiny bit for the taste test and got drunk. Like absolutely nothing, not even half a glass, and I got drunk. Oofed. Yeah, that it can hit you like that, definitely. Alice, oh, wait. Top message. I like that joke. I just also think it's funny to continue to play the comedic straight man to its logical endpoint, just treat it as a sad story. Right? It's good stuff. I love sad stories. I've never watched The Vicar of Dibley, I'm sorry. That's the one with Dawn French in it, right? Yeah, wait, no, you save money. Wait, that's such a smart play. Was his regular head just with bobblehead proportions and orange, or was it the fruit? I think he just had a big orange head. Medication costs money? Oh, that's true. I always forget medication's only free in Scotland. And basically nowhere else in the world. And even then, I still have to pay for mine. You know, free has a big asterisk next to it. It's free if we want it to be. Will I have to be an alcoholic to save? Never give up on your dreams. Do you not want yours to be free? No, I do want it to be free, but it's not free. I still have to pay for... I don't get all... I don't get everything that I need on the NHS. Some of it has to come privately. Because NHS waiting lists are really bad. But it's free if you want it to be. It's free if they want it to be. Bum, bum, ba, bum. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum. Scotland has its own government, so does Lottie-land. And I am the Queen. I'm still blaming Westminster. I'm personally gonna blame Rebecca. Why? You're the only person I know who lives in Westminster. We'll keep blaming me for things I have no control over. God, I keep doing that to myself. It's awful. I blame myself for things I had no control over and beat myself up over them and get real sad. Call my country nonsense because I'm the king of nonsense? Wait, that's so real of you though. Hold on. You're sourcing that to me? Rebecca, just for a second, would you rather that I was awful to myself? Is that what you're telling me right now? Whoa, I have hella collarbones. This is the collar zone. I could pluck these out and make ribs with them. Is the Lottie-line crown the pink headphones? Not a No, wait, hold on. I have to focus on Rebecca. You're not worthless. Just because you don't laugh at any of my jokes doesn't mean you're worthless. Dum, 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 dum. Kirby balls at your local wait. Is Kirby balling at my local Target store, or are they selling Kirby's balls at my local Target store? This is an important distinction to me. Anyway, Rebecca, I think you're great. You're one of my favorite people named Wendy. I'm not called Wendy. Kirby is the balls at your local Target store. What does that mean? Oh no, I'm Wendy now. I don't want to be Wendy now. Do I have to be Wendy? Targets have big red concrete balls outside them? That is not true. There's no way that's true. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. You talking about consuming adult beverages? Yeah, like 20 minutes ago. Orpheus, right now, tell me, do Targets have big concrete balls outside of them? So do I, they aren't special. You should get that checked out. Are you checking yourself for lumps on occasion? It's good to do. Because if you catch something quickly enough, Orpheus can just snip it right out of you. Do your lump check? Yeah, do your lump checks! Right now in chat, do your lump checks. I'll do mine later. Lump check redeem? I think it'd be a really great addition actually if I added redeem where I just like strip off and check for lumps on camera. I think that'd be great. Back from a meeting, we're disconnecting all connection that any Lottie uses. No, wait, I need that. I need that to stream. You fool. Run for chat, but that is funnier. Please don't. You're on my work. You're on my work connection. My favorite part of Lottie's stream is when she checked her breasts for breast cancer. Was that a grandma relaying her favorite part of your streams? It was. Yes, it was. What time for the above message for the you better? Yeah, no, I should. No, I consider it just a threat that I need to add that redeem. In fact, Lottie can ruin her Twitch account and get AF fired. Look, would Twitch really destroy my account just because of that? I'm only promoting safety, right? Thank you for the hydrate and stretch, Churlin. Are we churlin'? She will never be churlin'. We churlin'. We gonna get those shiny Mewtwo's today? I believe in it. I don't believe in it at all, actually. When is our next adventure with Mr. Twink? Are you talking about Marco? Probably in July. We'll finish off Battle Tower stuff in July. Oh! Oh, the Mr. Mike. That's Mr. King. Oh, okay. Sorry. Tomorrow. I should really be going to bed. The afternoon nap I had was apparently just as bad an idea as I should have known. It happens though, right? Good night, Rickety Trainer. Thank you for sticking around for as long as you did today. I appreciate it greatly. I know these streams are like a lot. Kink is not an improvement? Well, I didn't name him. I explicitly told people not to name him. I think it was Rebecca and Charlotte went crazy over me needing to call him Mr. Kink. They were just like spamming chat with it. Is there a lot? She's in the bottom left. Yeah, now what? Now what, Avia? His creative memories again? I don't know why Rebecca's always catching spares. That's still Lottie. Just less animated. Now what, Avia? Can we put the Pride Gudra there? The problem is they kind of, the two of them, they just... Oh my god, wait, I have a Crawdon! Wait. I didn't even think about the fact I'm actually using a Crawdon and there's a... That was on purpose? No! No, not at all! It's a boy Crawdon? Yeah, Chromad's a boy Crawdon. Chromad would never be a lesbian. You have really pretty eyes. Oh, thank you. They are actually really nice. Hold on, let me see if I can show them off again. It's really hard to do. That'll have to do. I feel like a bug in a jar. Despite all my harm, I'm still just a bug in a jar. Had to say for the pun, you know, like gay bottom and left bottom left. I would never be a gay bottom. It always keeps me in a jar? Unironically, one of my biggest fears is that one day I'll be big enough to make a little Lottie plush, and that I'll receive messages on Twitter of people keeping them in jars. But that keeps me up at night. I don't want that. Look after your Lotties. Okay, I'm gonna be real. The incentives, they're not so hot for this. But you could still get stickers. And I will happily put stickers here. We have extra real estate. Now goodbye though? Okay, good night. Good night and good rest. Yeah, no, the reason I have Crawdon is because it's a dark type with False Swipe. And I figured, oh, like a Crawmad, I can make it Pikmin enemy, ha ha ha. Because otherwise I would have gone for Absol. It was also just easier to get Corfish. Because it's just in the Safari Zone in Heart Gold, whereas Absol you have to catch in caves with the Hoenn sound and ugh. Collarbones on Twitch banned? Am I not allowed to show my collarbones? If so, I'll cover them right up, officer. Apologies for today's stream being overly sexual. I was simply wearing clothes, Your Honor. Resetting these is actually a pest with only one hand. Can't use that collar to hold up your shirt, isn't that what it's for? This is unrelated to the shirt. I'm just cute as hell. I've just got fashion. But now that it's off, I can't be bothered putting it back on. My neck feels cold and naked. The actual reason I put the collar on, right, is so that I didn't just look literally naked. Which I feared I might with such a low cut top. This is the lowest cut top I've worn on Twitch in quite a while. It's not very me. It's not very me, chat. But I think it looks nice. I tend to be much more reserved in my outfit choices. Sorry, there was no fear there. Don't worry about that. Hold on, Tiltify's being a pest. Tiltify, don't do this. Tiltify. Tiltify, please, I beg you. I beg ye. Ahabs! Thank you very much for the $25. $25 donation to the Campaign for Southern Equality. That's surprisingly generous. I guess I killed off HRT so you didn't have to, huh? Pokemon from memory and 2 stickers on my face. Thank you for clarifying it's on my face. And the Pokemon from memory that you have chosen is... I mean, really? It's barely on a Pokemon. It's hardly even a thing. But alright. The Pokemon from memory that Ahabs has chosen is Delibird. Cat ears valid targets for stickering? Sure. If you wanna. Okay, we'll do one more Mewtwo because I realized I should have paused it in the Mewtwo battle. Whoopsies. And then we'll draw Delibird from memory. How hard could it be? How hard could it be, chat? It's everyone's favorite Pokemon, yours and mine. Can we keep the theme of drawing them with pride flags? What flag would Delibird have? Is there a homophobia flag? It's a transport bird, isn't it? Trans-Delibird? But Trans-Delibird means we can't have Trans-Azurill. Because as we know, only one person can have each flag. Demibird? You think I know the Demi flag? Is that why there's so many? I thought I was gonna go with the obvious choice, Sylveon show the trans flag. Delibird has a trans flag, are we gonna gatekeep? I just don't want to fill my screen up with nothing but trans flags. I wanna give everyone rep. Delibird is ace. I could believe that. I can believe that Delibird, like, gets no bitches, but simply because he's uninterested. He's devoted to his work. That's what he wants to do. That's what he finds interest in, and he doesn't really get it. It's not something that interests him to be in a relationship of any kind. Delibird is absolutely married to his job? Yeah. But he doesn't realize that, that's normally something that workaholics just say when they like hate their wives. He says it because he's genuinely like, he loves his job and that's what he wants to do. Okay. Delibird. Ace flag. Even though I've just talked about it all being aromantic, but whatever. Oh yeah, that's on me. Okay, let me disconnect all of these really quickly. Call myself on an Otis macho man? That's not very trans. I guess either Rebecca's wrong or you are just an awful person. Which one could it be? Could be trans mask? The odds of a female Eevee, unless in Oris? Where'd you get Sylveon on Oris? I was thinking if it was XY and it was Stevie. Stevie's female, I'm pretty sure. Stevie the Eevee. Big shoutouts to Stevie the Eevee. Okay, 3748. It is Stevie the Eevee. Stevie the Eevee is the one that you get in X and Y after you do enough, like, hotel crap. You can do a trade for Stevie the Eevee. We used Stevie the Eevee in the synchronized run. Big shout out to Stevie the Eevee. Big fan. Okay. Delibird. Is it shiny locked? I don't think so. I don't know though. Sometimes Pokemon are shiny locked just because they are. Like, because they're just like a fixed Pokemon. Stevie being a trade Pokemon might be enough to shiny lock her. What do beaks look like? Can our Delibird be shiny? Sure thing. It's a better palette than the regular one anyway. Yeah. Oracle. I could do a shiny Delibird easy. Like, I feel like it's easy to forget. This is a Pokemon that I have spent hours upon hours of my life staring at. I know this Pokemon. I know what it looks like. Haunt your dreams? It does. For anyone who's not seen... For anyone who's not seen the present run over on YouTube, I think you should. I hear it's very good. I played through Pokemon Heart Gold using only present, and I had to deal with this stupid penguin guy. Is Stadium worth playing? It's okay, but I just don't know what you're gonna get out of it in 2024, right? Like, it's... The minigames are good. But I don't think you're gonna have much fun with the actual gameplay. The part, don't hug me, I'm scared so far. Delibird should be scared, and it doesn't deserve hugs. Actual advice at a bit. That's just kind of true. I really don't know what you're going to get out of Pokemon Stadium in 2024. All of my advice is actual advice. Did you see my Gen 1 team in 3D? True. Okay, those are too, like, closed in. Delibird, I hate this thing! Looks the way I feel. I hope not. Where have I gone wrong? Something like that happen? Oh, Stadium doesn't even take them, it just copies them. They're completely safe to do that with. What the hell happened to Delibird? Oh, actually, I'm close. I'm close. I'm so close right now. Oh, this is him. First ever shiny to Stadium 2, I think, and I'll never see it again. Godspeed, little Jumplo. F in the chat. It happens, though. Sometimes Pokemon die. Can't forget his disgusting tail. Did you know that, by the way? Did you know that Delibird's sack has a tail? Did you know that it's a horrific tail that is hollow and it keeps food inside and feeds to people? Do you know that fact? There's literally nothing good about this Pokemon. I want to know about Delibird's sack. I've seen so much art of Delibird's sack. Okay. Well, I can't remember anything about how this creature looks. Am I finally safe enough that I blocked it from my memory? Did you search for Delibird's sack on DeviantArt? I don't remember saying it was on DeviantArt. I draw it actually, yeah, I draw it all. James Stadium 2, both for the N64? They are indeed, yes. Nature is healing. I can't even remember what Delibird looks like. This is so good. And Stadium 2 just does Gen 2 as well? It does, yeah. Stadium 2 can even connect up with the Gen 1 games if you want to only go with, like, yellow or something. And it even gives them their default items from Gen 1. Which aren't always good, but it does give them. Snorlax is good because it gives you leftovers. Which is all Snorlax needs. So, I know Delibird has, like, buttons? Which is causing me a great deal of confusion right now. Because what the hell does this thing look like? Is there a point to Stadium 2 when one, is a point to Stadium 1 when 2 exist? Yes. The minigames are different. I'm so confused. What does this thing look like? It's not this. It doesn't look like this. It doesn't look like that. Ro does not have a coat. But he does have buttons. Stadium 1 also is the way to get Pokemon that you need in the Generation 1 games. You can get other starters and stuff from it. You could Google this, but if you don't mind, I like hearing it from you. The minigames are just for fun. Except the Lickitung game, which isn't for fun at all and is for nightmares. And the Drowsy game, which isn't for fun at all because it's terrible. He's got more white on him. Where is it? This is a sad little monster. So I don't know what happened to this hand. Why is he holding it like this? I don't think I can really fix it at this point. I think it's too late. No, I can totally fix it. I'm just being lazy. This looks 100% like Delibird. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you were asked what Pokemon it is, you'd be like, oh, that's Delibird, I love him. But you wouldn't say that because you hate him. That'll do. Okay, I gotta color him now. How did I get him so wrong? How did I mess him up so bad? He's got a red face! So how have I got his only part being white, his face? I'm gonna do it shiny? Sure. Leopard's face is white? It is definitely not. I don't think the buttons, I think they're just white. I don't think they're colored. I mean, it's clearly Delibird, but whatever. This man does not have a white face. Okay, I literally have no idea what this flag looks like. Can we get, can we get an Ace Pride in chat so I can draw it? Oh wait, isn't that the one I did the other day? Chat, did you trick me into drawing another Ace flag? Chat, we already did an Ace flag. Chat! Chat! Okay, what does the demi flag look like? You tricked me. You tricked me. I'm so dumb. Does Aromantic have a flag, actually? Because that's more what we were talking about with Delibird. Aromantic flag. Right, Aromantic has a flag. That's what we need here. So I'll draw that. And I'm gonna do such a good job. Like I always do. Tell ya, the Airways people are feeling seen right now. I'm just so good at drawing their flags. Can I get a shout out to the Airways people of the world? Okay. There we go. My stickers be Sylvan and Flareon? I forgot about your stickers, I'm gonna be real with you. I will try. There should be a Sylveon in here. Definitely a Flareon. I'm pretty sure there's a big Flareon. Unless we already used it. I don't think we did. Who would want Flareon? Yeah, we've already used the big Flareon. Okay. So is there a small Flareon? Actually, if we've already used the big Flareon, then it must be here somewhere. I can find Ho-Oh, Vulpix. They're kind of the same, right? Glaceon. Leafeon. Wait, it must be closing in. We're finding eons. We're spanning time. Espeon, Flareon. And now I just need to find Sylveon. Ugh, Delibird. Another Espeon, another Glaceon. What cables an N64 use? It uses an N64 cable. Jolteon, Flareon, Flareon. Okay, if I'd known there were going to be a million Flareon on this page, I wouldn't look so hard on the previous one. I don't think they have a Sylveon. No word of a lie. They do not have one. No, a Delibird? Oh. I hate that guy. He's like the guy you work with and like after he goes to the bathroom, the tap water smells funny. Wait, I can just look at this. His face is white, huh? Okay. Let's compare my Delibird to the actual Delibird. Here on stream. Wow, I look so naked right now. But I'm not. I missed my choker. Where did I put it? Makes me look more like a human being. Okay. Actually, it makes me look more like a pet, but whatever. Choker? I hardly know her. Okay. Delibird. Yeah, so I remembered it had the buttons, but like I just forgot how the beard worked. The fact that the extent of this is I forgot how the beard worked. It's kind of weird. It's kind of sad. I actually hate that this is probably the closest we'll ever get, huh? Another for the frame. I'm not gonna put them on the frame today. I'll add just the frame for tomorrow though, promise. Big promise for me. Hi Lottie, I'm coming to you from a different state than my normal one. Which state? Is it denial? Is it gas? Are you gaseous? Are you a carbon-based life form? Answer now. Inebriated? That's my favorite state. It's a cheesy one, that's your one clue. Minnesota! Okay, let's get back to Mewtwo's. Except I can't do that without a counter, can I? Boop. Bang, bang, bang. Minnesotans would have your head for that one. Iowa? Yeah, definitely in Iowa. Somerset? I don't think that's a state. Camembert! Canada? That's pretty cheesy. Yeah. Constantinople? That's not even a state. Oh, you're in a liquid state. Oh, gross. Liquid cheese? What are we listening to right now? Kerfeli. Brie. Edam. Red Leicester. Mozzarella. Gorgonzola. Stilton. Carpaccio. Paneer. Halloumi. Cheese string. Colby Jack. Monterey Jack. Jack Daniels. His cheeses are launchable. Calico Jack. Jack the Ripper. Black Jack. Jack Black. Jack of all trades. I remember my English teacher, well, an English teacher rather, once trying to teach us the importance of grammar by using the example sentence, I helped my Uncle Jack off a horse. It's like, I don't think the grammar is the issue there. It's the enunciation of how you read it out. Because the grammar is going to be the same either way. Unless that by grammar you want me to specify my uncle who is named Jack. But that's just awkward and clunky and nobody talks like that. But then again, you're an English teacher, so you're not actually very good at what people talk like. Sorry, letting out some past trauma. That's a wild example to use in class. You know, Rebecca? I'm quite happy Automod caught that one. I'm quite... You know what? No, live in your world of shame. You said that. Actual message by Rebecca. Nobody likes maths. Maths follows its bloody rules. It does. Maths, like, obeys consistency. I guess... Okay, that does not deserve to be caught by Automod. I don't know why I had an issue with Big Gay Cheese. That's just the name of that rapper, right? No regrets? Look, you and I will talk at length about that after stream, okay? I fixed Sound of Woman. trying to focus on the Mewtwo's. Sometimes Automod just checks the G word. Women. And see the shiny I got 3 encounters ago. It's unironically not impossible I would have missed one in Pokemon Blue. But I'm trying to be diligent about it. Yeah, I like the idea that no one would have mentioned it until now. They would have just thought I reset past it on purpose, you know? Boom. You're playing Mono Blue to have shiny sparkles? It will have I will show. Well, I cannot show, but I will describe. I think a lot of us look at the game screens. That's fine by me. Do you look at me? So, basically, right here, next to its name, to the left of the M in Mewtwo, it would have a little 3 sparkle icon like a shiny Pokemon in Gen 2 would have. Look at the dancing Lottie in the top corner. I'm so glad I added her. She adds a lot, doesn't she? The mod for Pokemon Blue that does that was made by Nora, who organized this whole event. But people don't really do shiny hunting in Gen 1, so I don't think anyone's really used it much. So I would really like to get it in Pokemon Blue as a result. I'm gonna say exactly where I am to dox myself. Well, we didn't really want, like, your My 3 Words page, you know? Nora? I hardly know her. I don't know if that works. Nora's great. Big fan of Nora. She would be disgusted by Rebecca's cheese joke. Thankfully, she never needs to hear it. That will not be the raid message. Is Nora Canadian? Does Nora is Canada? No, she's from, America. That's what they call it. I said what I said. That's fair. You did say what you said. I can't argue with that. No, Nora is, to the best of my understanding, Nora's from Space Station Silicon Valley. Which I can't wait to play so I can get this stupid N64 out of my room. Pokemon fact about Monica? Like, a little bit of Monica in my life. A little Rebecca all night long. Just from that game. Nora is definitely from Space Station Silicon Valley. I don't think Monica's a Pokemon. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Monica has base 100 in all of her stats. She is the Pokemon with the largest legs. She has Stomp, but I don't remember her other moves. And if I recall correctly, she is a pure normal type. Now, Monica is a fully functioning Pokemon. However, if you try to catch her and use her in any way, by hacking the game, then it will break because she has no defined back sprite or menu sprites. Which one? She definitely has no defined back sprite. But she is a Pokemon that is programmed into the game. Now, I'm gonna give a more interesting fact about PokeStar Studios, where you can find Monica and her big legs. And that is that every single attack in PokeStar Studios always rolls a max roll in damage. They always roll the max amount of damage possible. And this is so that there aren't this is a simple and sloppy fix to make sure that there's no desynchronization when you play the battle versus when you watch it back later, and so that therefore the game doesn't need to remember, oh, you know, what value was rolled here. You seen that one TikToker that keeps getting comments built like a Blaziken? No, because I stay away from that hell site. If I wanted to see the lowest depths of humanity, I'd browse YouTube shorts. Must have hella legs, though. Wanna ask more, but I need to leave, so I'm gonna lurk. Okay. Have fun with your cheese. Lurking is always valid in the Guinea Lottie streams. But yeah, no, I stay off of TikTok. It does not interest me. I can act high and mighty about it all I want. It just doesn't interest me. There isn't really a high mightiness. Just doesn't interest me. So I didn't realize people were just staring at my face throughout this whole event. I really thought people were watching the games. So, hi, I guess I should make a better attempt to smile and make eye contact, right? Very natural, thank you. I'm gonna keep this up for the rest of the stream. Looks like someone's been sanitizing their bite bones. I have not. We'll do it now? No. I'm British. We don't do that here. Was my facts about Monica acceptable? By the way? Hydrate and stretch? I will hydrate with orange squash. I don't know if I actually said anything you didn't know, but hopefully it was still interesting. It's one of the more interesting ones I've ever had, though, to be fair. Never had anyone ask me about PokeStar Studios before. Only really learned about Monica today, so I knew very little. And how did you learn about her? So many P-flakes, so little time. Then this was an extended Doki Doki Literature Club joke? Nah. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with me getting distracted. Can't find anything about a Pokemon called Monica? She exists. Although she's not called Monica, I think she's called Giant Girlfriend or something. Did that site of choose your favorite Pokemon each time I came across a Gen 5 ghost I didn't recognize, went down a short rabbit hole? What's the ghost you didn't recognize? The green gaseous one? That I can't remember the name of? Imagine. Yeah. I'm built different. Imagine as a Ghost Dark type with Wonder Guard. Because PokeStar Studios hates you. I would love a giant girlfriend, I would feel so held and safe. God, if I was giant, just... But only if he didn't do what I wanted. How did that smile look more natural than the one you were doing before? Because I felt joy in that moment. I would love to be tiny though. If someone could hold me on their hand, that would fix me, I think. Lottie of the Guinea variety, that is me, Sapphire. Welcome in. Welcome into the last 5 minutes of stream. But welcome nonetheless. How are you? Want to be small? I want to be even smaller than I already am, yeah. Bunka bunka bunka. I guess we're going for another hour then. Alright, thanks, Phantom. Alright, Sapphire, welcome into the last hour of stream now, huh? Now There we'll have 496 for sure. Yeah, that's true. We will have 496. Charlotte Cry. Yeah, can you get affiliate already so that, you know, you can use Charlotte Cry? Chop chop. Go to another stream right now. Sometimes I forget why we're here and that Mewtwo can be green. Well, you see, it's because it's an Ekans biting onto Mewtwo's crotch. And there's a 1 in 8192 chance that the Ekans is green. Because shiny Ekans is green. Twice at the same time? Yeah, that would work, definitely. that would happen. That'd be crazy if you did that and one of your streams was doing really well and the other one it was like dead. I'll bless the next. The next one? Really? As in right here? That didn't work. Why did you have to say that about Ekans? It's true though, shiny Ekans is green. I can't unsee it. I know you're streaming 4 times at once, you're playing 4 games. Ah, but there's only one Dancing Lottie in the top right corner. The next one, not this one? Okay. If you're right though, this'll pop off, right? I believe in A-halves. I believe in A-halves. I believe in A-halves. Okay. You could have a point redeem to add more dancing lotties? Wait, why have I not done that yet? That's so foolish of me. That would have been a good charity edition even. $1 for a dancing lottie? Someone said it'd be within 600 and I said, yeah, it won't be. Okay, I'm gonna do one more and then I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm gonna have a mild Guinea Lottie bathroom break. Because we have an hour remaining, and I don't want to hold out for all that time. So let's see, what are we getting? Damn, Mewtwo is not a bathroom kind of guy. At least an hour remaining. True. Okay. Real gamers pee their pants. Chad, is that what you want me to do right now? I'd do it for you. I gotta go to the bathroom. And I will be back in like 2 minutes. Don't die. I'm gonna let you down one day. Archie let you back? She never left. Ah. Who up poking their man? Check yourself out in the OBS preview? No. You don't own me. Well, I can't help it, I'm into hot women. I did unmute my mic, okay. You do own you? Sorry? Oh no. I think I got a second shiny plus on Minion Hunt. It's another Magnemite phase. It's so Magnum over. Would you describe that as your magnum opus? Overall, Charlotte, would you say that you're feeling positive or negative about that? Like, would you describe that hunt as having been like a plus or a minus? That's just like the polar opposite of what you actually wanted. It must have just been really attracted to you. I got there first, Phantom. I got there first with attraction. I got there first. What ROM hack is the crystal? It's called Pokemon Perfect Crystal. Magnemite all have sturdy and they keep confusing me. I cannot beat this horde of level 6 Magnemite. Skill issue. So I'm play 4 games at once. So I have the 2 Game Boys, the Game Boy Advance, and the DS all in front of me on my desk, right? And basically what I'm doing is I'm just kind of going dup 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 dup. Only it's just with the A button this time instead of left and right like it was for Tangela. So we're just kind of A button. A to spam through them. No, they're all set up through my controller. I wish I was that cool. Thoughts on the GameCube controllers design? If this was a man, I would marry him. The GameCube controller is just the most satisfying of the... If it was a woman, I would marry her. Like... Oh, the stick... The way that the buttons are all just like different shapes and colors, so you can tell without even needing to see the letter which one you're touching. The C stick isn't even used very much, but when it is. And the way that the L and R buttons click right the way down. Big fan. When you push them down and they feel good and then you click and it's like, ugh. It is used in Pikmin? It is! It is used in Pikmin. Which is one of the moments where I'm like, it's rarely used, but when it is. If the GameCube controller was a woman, I'm glad they labeled the they labeled the C stick. We had a joke about that called the B button. The B button was I remember pinging Chult in the Discord server and just being like, Chult, do you know where the B button is? And he was like, what? I was like, do you know where to find the B button? And when he said yes, with like a question mark, I just sent like the flushed emoji. Why is that funny? It's not. You fundamentally misunderstand me if you're trying to find out why it's funny. It isn't. Then later on, Mav posted a picture of the fact that he was playing the Princess's Secret Slide. And Chult was just like, oh, is the Princess's Secret Slide located under the B button? And it's like, you can't beat me at my own weird joke. That's so much better than what I said. Why am I laughing? Because I have no sense of humor. So I only laugh at things that aren't funny. That's how that works. That's why I found the joke about Harold earlier really, really entertaining. Well, that's unfortunate because with how sudden and random that was, it was funny. And I shouldn't have laughed at it. On no other day, in no other moment, would I have laughed at the word potato being sent in my chat. A platinum GameCube controller to match my console, but can't justify spending extra and have a working official one already. I've got like 4 GameCube controllers. I think I have a platinum one. Can't remember. They're all in a box somewhere. Was it 4K? Let's go. So we hit 4096 and then we stop, right? See, that one won't get me. It was just so sudden the first time. Statistics is just maths that lies to us? True. 4096 is the halfway point, though. That means that we all need to do all of this again one more time, and then we get the shiny guaranteed. That's how it works. Bum, 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 bum. I'm gonna continue to bombard you with things till you laugh again. The thing is that they're not. I don't even recognize the word potato because they're children of the earth. That's what they are to me. Squeak? Do I have to? I don't even know if I can squeak on command. Earth apple? See, again, apple? Don't know what that is. Squeak, not creak. Oh, he's auditioning for Jurassic Park. Okay, what's everyone's favorite dinosaur? Because you never get asked that as an adult. What's everyone's favorite dinosaur? Come on. I want to hear. I have interest. No one asks that anymore. They always ask, how are your taxes going? Nice weather we're having today. Would you like to come back to my place? No one ever asks, what's your favorite dinosaur? Triceratops? Brachiosaurus? Do you think it saw us? Isn't it, do you think he saw us? Don't have one? How can you not have a favorite dinosaur? How can you not have a favorite dinosaur? Everyone has a favorite dinosaur. Do you hate them all? How can you forget your favorite dinosaur? Fake dinosaur fans in chat today. Played him when I was 5? Well, it was 30 years ago? Dinosaurs are kinda mid. They are giant lizards that used to live here before us. That's awesome. What are you talking about, mid? So wild to me, dinosaurs are really not sci-fi? Don't they feel fake? 3 genders, male, female, and I like dinosaurs. I've never met a non-binary person who doesn't like dinosaurs. A lot of things used to live here before us, and one of those things was big and scaly and roared. Plesiosaur always ranks highly with me. Fair. I do like a plesiosaur. Dinosaurs were absolutely alien, simple as. I could believe it. Do you know that dinosaurs probably didn't roar? They probably hissed. Or something more like it, because they were lizards. Like, T-Rex would probably walk up to you and then go... I used to be able to do a really good sheep impression. Let me see if I can still do it. This is the proof I'm not non-binary. I feel gender affirmation. To be fair, I didn't say non-binary people can't love dinosaurs. I just said I've never met one who doesn't. Did you know that the dinosaurs didn't build the pyramids? I didn't. When did you get sheep? My sheep impression's pretty good, right? So you want to just open your mouth as wide as possible, stick out your tongue, and just kind of vibrate it. Cease. Well, not that anyone cares, but my favorite dinosaur is the Compsognathus. I relate very heavily to it. They're small and they're toxic. Or they were small and toxic. They're all dead now. All of them. Feels sadness you have no more Pikmin games to play? I have Pikmin 3 to 100%, and I have Hey Pikmin still to play. Now that I've played them all, I can get started on the challenge runs. Bleh. You just want to open your mouth as wide as possible, stick out your tongue and vibrate it? Yeah, pretty much. You do that, you'll make a good sheep noise. What's a Hey Pikmin? I'm told that Hey Pikmin is the best Pikmin game. So I'm very excited to have saved it for last. Still crazy that in a game of rock, paper, scissors, Dinosaur can lose. Dinosaur loses to all of them. How long until Pikmin go? You mean Pikmin Bloom? I don't think I could be a Pikmin Bloom streamer. I don't even know if you can still see Sam anymore. I think he's gone on your screens. I think he's gone behind the counter. He's away. Yeah. Antenna's peeking out? It's not an antenna. Oh, it's a stem. It's not an antenna, it's a Sam. Back in your box. It was actually quite cozy in there. He fit very nicely. Plants communicate ultrasonically, so it could be an antenna? I don't think that's true. I think you made that up. I think that's fake. I don't think plants communicate at all. I don't think plants talk. I don't think they can speak. They can't speak English. They can't hear me. They can't hear me. They can't hear me. Plants scream when you cut them? No, no, they don't. That's in your head. That's in your head. That's in my head. The screams are in my head. Plants, they don't hear me. They don't hear me. They don't hear me talking. They don't hear me when I whisper. So do I. They aren't special. Fair. Stop making me laugh. It's too late for that. Stop extending stream. I'm not gonna stop being funny. I've literally never once stopped being funny. Name one time I stopped being funny. Actually, you know what? Name 7. No, that was hilarious. That was funny. I didn't say that one. Tired Fox, thank you very much for the follow. Smell fresh cut grass is the grass tempting chemically. I know, like, here's the thing though. What's the other grass gonna do? Get up and walk away? If anything, that's more of a torture mechanism to your old pals than anything else, right? And, oh, the grass over there is screaming in terror. What shall we do about it? Oh, I guess we'll feel fear for the next 5 minutes until the lawnmower makes it to us. Huh. Grass tasted as good as it smelled. I would eat grass. Yeah, yeah, that's valid. Grass can feel pain. Why is it, right? Why is it that people will drop facts like that, and it is like always the same people who'll be like, actually, I think it's okay that burgers are food. You see, animals don't feel pain in the same ways that we do. Actually, it's okay that I swat flies. You see, they don't feel pain in the same way we do. Did you know that grass feels pain, by the way? It's always the same... Unironically had it used against me as a vegetarian before, someone being like, you know that plants die when you pluck them. It's like, you know, cows die when you put a bullet in their head. What do you want from me here? Carrots are not particularly sentient. I eat meat because I hate cows. That's at least a consistent opinion. I will grant you that one. Your opinion is consistent and you're not trying to win a moral high ground that you have no place on. Anyway, that's your fun fact of the day. Did you know that flies have a sense of genuine fear and distress? No, not good! What did they do wrong? It genuinely not surprise me if in like 100 years we look back on things like flypaper and just think, wow, we must have been pretty savage. Flypaper is horrific. Just spray your room if you must. Hang out and poop. So does Charlotte. They're not special. Thank you, Lonnie. Very fun. Anytime. Yeah, like flypaper is horrific. It's horrific stuff. Unless it's the stuff that's toxic and kills them quickly. But if it's the stuff that they just stick to it and starve to death, no. I just know that a fly zapper are very satisfying. I used one once and it still haunts me. It still haunts me. Like, it's the best way to do it. Genuinely and unironically, it's the best way to do it because it just gets them, they don't know any different. But the feeling of taking a life is not something that I cared for. Like, that was just a fly doing its fly things, and just because that happened to bother me, did that mean that I suddenly had power over it that I deserved? Did I have the right? Just because humans have cheated their way to the top of the food chain? Does that mean I have the right to swat any fly I want? I killed a bug at work the other week and I cried about it. See, that's why you're my best friend, Charlotte. What about great bumblebees are? They're just cute little guys. All bees are cute little guys. Honeybees don't get enough love for also being cute. Honeybees take... Okay, so I'm someone who likes all insects, so but you're just gonna have to trust me on this. Honeybees take, like, the shape of ants and wasps, and they make it cute. How do they do that? They're just like, what if we took a wasp and we removed the sharp bits with fat bits? No, not fluffy, because bumblebees are the fluffy ones, honeybees aren't. Well, they're still a bit fluffy, but bumblebees are just so fat! Just so fat and fluffy. Bumblebees are cool, but they still freak me out. Why is that? Are those white bees that live in holes? Termites. Or maggots? Rabbits. Badgers. Badgers. All insects and birds are bad because they can fly and I can't. Okay, not all insects can fly. Granted, most of them can, but they can't all. Did you know that cockroaches can fly? And when they fly around, it makes a noise like just a greasy violin almost noise of their sticky little grotty wings rubbing against their bodies. If flies think get right up in my face and invade my personal space, that's not why they do that. I swear. I promise. Look, I was at the last meeting, and they said that was an accident and that they're sorry. I got so excited, and this is gonna sound so stupid. The Mewtwo in Heart Gold, I was like, oh my god, it's purple. Like, I really popped off inside my head for a second there. I was like, and I was like, wait, no. It's meant to be purple. Wasps bad, wasps ouch, mosquitoes bad, mosquitoes ouch, ticks bad, ticks make sick. Mosquitoes are fine. They make you a little bit itchy. Hate them more now, cockroaches the worst. I don't think I'm gonna win many people over with cockroaches, right? But when I saw that— so, okay, actually, I want to discuss this. I love insects. But when I went to the aquarium that's nearish me, like a year or two ago, I looked at the cockroaches they had there. And they had so many inside the glass case. And even as someone who loves bugs of all kind, I was staring at them fascinated and I felt sickened. It's like there's actually something in human DNA that is designed to make us look at cockroaches and just go, ugh. And I find that fascinating. Because, like, I love other insects. I trapped a wasp once, and I just stared at it for a few minutes before letting it free outside. Because, like, just looking at the fat little abdomen do, like, its little pulsey thing. Just, like, seeing the sting and actually being able to see it up close and how much it looked like a drone from some sort of horror sci-fi thing. Like, this thing was built to look terrifying. It was built to kill, and it's tiny. But to insects, that is a dragon. So cool, just to be able to finally see a wasp up close. Get to see all the little hairs coming off of its legs, too. I loved it. Made me so deeply happy to see him. He was actually struggling to fly a little bit. I think the day was too hot for him and he hadn't had anything to eat. So I left him in my hallway with an upturned cap of sugar water. And I didn't see him again, so I think he was okay. I think he drank it and flew off. I wasn't dumb enough to wait for him to get better and have him sting me. I left him with it and I closed the door. Some has pretty severe reactions to any mosquito bite. That seems like a skill issue. Ever catch a spider in your house and let it outside, they'll die really fast? Or they'll just come back in. But yeah, they're not gonna go anywhere. Like, they're not gonna just be like, oh, I guess I'm out here now, time to start a new life. I would never take a spider outside. I would take it outside my room, perhaps, depending on the spider. But, like, they live in my house, just like I do. They have as much right to be here as I do. And they're allowed to vibe. 4K, let's go! Let's go! To kill a hornet's nest back in the UK, was living on the roof and hornets would come through the light fittings. That is a situation where it's like, I can't, even as bug lover Lottie, I can't tell you that what you did there was wrong. Right? Like, in the ideal world, you would get to just move out, they'd have their house, but that's just not how it works. You know what I mean? This thing about UK is no spiders are bitey. Yeah. What's New Zealand like with regards to deadliness? Because it's close to Australia. Is it as deadly as Australia, or is it fine? Is it like a normal place people might live? Don't pay rent. Once my spiders start paying some of the rent, then they have a right? What are they doing to you? They're literally just catching the insects that you like less than you like spiders. And thinning their numbers. Spiders are just happy. They belong in your house. What is this track? Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends ass music. What is this? Is this the same song I was confused by earlier? This is Gorgeous Go Round from Kirby Planet Robobot. Do you hate any animals? Yeah, I don't like dogs. Thumbs down. I don't hate dogs though. I would still, like, protect a dog that was in a struggling situation, right? And I still look after dogs. If I could, basically. If I have to. But I don't like how slurpy and licky and wet and gross and slimy they are. Sensory nightmare. And I don't like how loud they are and how jumpy they are and their big claws and their big fangs and ugh. You like me though? Bark for me, Charlotte. People let their dogs lick their face. Ugh, when people let their dogs lick them at all, it's like you're teaching them it's okay. Werf. Whitetails and redbacks, nothing deadly, won't make you hell sick. Okay, so it's like a real place people would live. Yeah, I don't really hate animals. Moths freak me out. Sometimes. I think moths are beautiful and wonderful, I really do. But they have a tendency to, like, tangle themselves up in my hair. And, like, try and die there. And it's like, please get out of my hair, you're freaking me out. Like, moths are neat, but, you know, they need to, you know, take a hint. That's what I think. Moths are icky? Love moths. Yeah, moths are cute. Moths are fluffy. Moths are friends. Bum, 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 bum. What's on walking sticks? We do not call them that. We call them stick insects over here. I don't know which one is more infantile. They're both pretty bad names. They're fine. I think it's cool that they've evolved to do that, but it's like, it's not like I can really grow to love them, you know what I mean? Because you don't see them. Because they don't do anything. I think it's cool, but yeah. Is stick bugged, lol? Absolutely stick bugged. That's the dance that Lottie Dance is doing. Get lotted. Send this to your friends to totally lot them. Your pet flying squirrel? But where would it fly? That's another thing that bothers me about dogs, when people are like, oh yes, this is Gunga. He is 3 years old and he's been bred specifically to take down moose. I'm going to keep him in my tiny little house and walk him once a day. Let Gunga live, damn, no wonder he's so licky and hyperactive. You're not taking him anywhere. That's why he keeps eating your children. Open the lotted meme and then turn to salt, cause lotted? Does lotted mean something? What is this track? Ravenous Rapids from Overcooked 2? What the hell is Overcooked about? Lot was a biblical character whose wife turned to salt? No, Lot is me. I am Lot. My dog in the UK was a free-range dog, spent his life chasing the local farmer's sheep. Not a sheepdog, just a menace. Oh, okay. Average Welsh dog. You'd tell me if I was closing on 4096, right? Like, you'd let me know? You'd tell me? But I keep seeing green Mewtwo at the corner of my eye. It's probably because Cerulean Cave and Fireleaf Green is green, right? Like, it's got green stones. That'd be my guess. I might hit half odds and then end it there just because half odds is a nice place to end. But also I don't want to like rip off Phantom. You know what I mean? It's a tricky one. What, did we set on a shiny yet? No, I haven't. If I could take care of anything, I'd have a pug, a cat, a flying squirrel, and a walking stick. That's one of the collections of animals of all time. A pug? They can't even breathe. Every pug looks like it fell down the stairs. Every pug. Pugs are adorable. The thing is, all dogs are inbred, right, to create the specific breeds, but pugs look it. Like, they have all of just the traits of looking like something that should not be. If a pug came up to me and said, "Oh, by the way, my parents were siblings," I'd be like, yeah, I can see that. Quiet dog hater? I don't think I'm alone on this one. I'm gonna costume off early. I was saying I think it might be nice to end at 4096. Because that's half odds. So it's like it's a nice place to end and start back up next time. Okay. But you're still gonna get most of an hour out of that, I think. The ideal dog. The ideal dog is the Dachshund. Okay? They are small, they have tiny little legs, they will not jump up at you because they can't, they will not lick you because they cannot reach you, they will just curl around your feet while you go to the bathroom, and that's the extent of it. Dachshunds don't even bark. They just kind of go... How can you not love that? They're not even loud. They're perfect dogs. None of my parents' King Charles Spaniels haven't had the genetic issues. What, that King Charles had? I can't say I know much about Spaniels. I just know that in high school I was often told by the person who sat next to me in history, the girl who sat next to me, she said that I looked like one. Or she said I looked like a Cocker Spaniel. Their brains can grow bigger than their skulls, it's honestly terrible. Jimmy Neutron dog. I take it that doesn't end up so well for them. Sorry, I didn't think before speaking. I'm very tired. I just said words. Actually, Phantom, I unironically don't even think you're gonna lose out on that much time. Just based on how long each reset takes, I think you're only gonna miss out on about 10 minutes. I think you'll live. It's cool. Well, no, I know it's cool. I'm gonna do it either way. I'm not bound by contract to keep going or anything. 50 set. Oh. Thank you. Saying, well, and I'm saying you can't, because I just turned it off. Thank you for reminding me. I'm quite tired today. Probably because I started an hour late. Due to reasons out with my control. And they were definitely not in with my control. Don't worry about that. Out with really doesn't have an opposite, does it? There is no in with. There's just out with. Never really thought about that before. Why is like all this mixed French? In with the new, out with the old? No, like when you say, oh, that's out with Scotland, it means that's not inside of Scotland. That's somewhere else. This is Spagonia. Are you allowed to say that? Oh, it is Spagonia. Spagonia Day from Sonic Unleashed. Look at this nerd. Ever heard of out with used like that? Is it Scottish? No. That can't be a Scottish word. That cannot be a Scottish word. Like, out with. Sonic Unleashed soundtrack is so pretty. Yeah, all you ever hear about this game is Werehog. I didn't realize it had, like, music. Out with to mean it's outside something? Yeah, like it's out with it's out with that jurisdiction. It's... Now that you're asking, I'm really struggling to put it into a sentence. I just use it sometimes when it's correct. Out with. Out with. It basically just means outside of. Out with. Scottish English? Outside of something, not within something. He'd lived out with Scotland for 5 years. Out with normal office hours, yeah. Out with. Out with. People only say that in Scotland. Well, I didn't realize I was, filling y'all with madness. Okay, we have 2 more sets of Mewtwo. Are we ready? And then we're ending off today's stream. That went faster than I thought it would. This is set 1. It's not impossible. The last set will be green. I hope they're all green. Fingers crossed. God, I would pop off. This is the issue. I don't want to stop now. As soon as we start reaching the winding down point, it's like I want to keep going. That's why I have to cut myself off. 4096 is such a good place to end. It's like I have to cut myself off. I have to. I mean, in only 6 hours, we almost did as many as we did last time in 9, so I don't know what the hell I was cooking then. Okay, here we go. This is the last set of Mewtwo. Ah. I thought... Just me? Just me that held out hope? Better luck next stream? Yeah. Shame that. Okay. Before you go, have we confirmed the blue shiny mod works? We have not done that on stream, but I have done that on stream. Sorry, I have done that. Thank you for the stretch. I could confirm that right now on stream if people wanted me to. But it would require that I hack in a shiny Pokemon to the game to show it. You're just gonna have to take my word for it, I think. Because I tested it because Nora gave us save files, and I used those before I started this file. And I did once also hack in a Paris, just to look at it, and it was shiny. I did have the thing. We've confirmed it works. Well, I have. Let's check that. Let's check and make sure, yeah? I feel good about checking to make sure. You know what I mean? Okay. Pause everything aside from Pokemon Blue. I've installed Doubt. You have installed Doubt. We do not want to do that. We want to just reset. Okay, I'm gonna close that. I'm going to open it up in PK Hex. If I can remember where PK Hex is located. Don't really use it. Okay, PK Hex though is gonna make... This is not your computer that has this issue. This is PK Hex being a problem child. I'm sorry in advance. There's no way to turn this off. Ba-dum! Well, no way that I can find. There's definitely a way to turn it off. I just don't know where it is. Ba-dum! Let's go do that again. Again, it's not your computer. It is mine. You were warned. Okay. And I'm just going to create a shiny Paris. Paris that is shiny. And all it knows somehow is Scratch. Don't worry about that. Let's just put that in there. Export the salve. And this is going to go boom again. Sorry. I think it might do it again even. Yep. And there we go. We're done now. That's it. We're done. Broom-ing. So now I just need to actually get up my copy of Pokemon Blue. Export with Lottie. Yeah, that's not Pokemon Blue. That's Pokemon Crystal. Appreciate the attempt. And just to show off this Paris in my party, this level 1 very legit Paris. You can see it has the shiny sparkles next to it right there. And indeed, this is technically an extra Mewtwo encounter, but whatever, we won't count it, it doesn't matter. I just want to show off how they appear in battle as well. As long as this Mewtwo isn't shiny, please dear God, don't be shiny. Thank God. See, that's how the shiny sparkles will appear, right there. So, that's what it would look like. Imagine, that would have been horrific. We already had that once with the Ralts, where I got 2 back to back. And the second one I was using speed up stuff for, just so we could get all the eggs hatched. That was horrible. Do you know it works for wild Pokemon? If it works for Pokemon at all, then yes, it works for wild Pokemon. Because there is, it comes with a patch that changes, an optional patch that changes it so that wild Pokemon can have the right IVs. It does definitely work for wild Pokemon, I promise. Do we know? Mods? Bunny have. Okay, let me find someone to raid. Get excited. I have 4 unread messages from Quebeca. I assume they're all slurs. I'll check them afterwards. Okay. Who are we raiding? Who have we not raided? I've never even heard of you before. Yeah, okay. We will raid Silly Lil Cat, who I've never heard of in my life. Before we go, I'm gonna link my Discord and my YouTube, gonna link my socials, enjoy them, consume bloody content, consume it. And that's for the stream. It was a lot of fun. I had a good time. I think I started a little bit slow as I was trying to get back into it. I had the energy, but not the energy. You know what I mean? You don't, because that doesn't make any sense. Okay. Silly Lil Cat. Silly Lil Cat. Shiny hunting in Pokemon Legends Arceus. Silly Lil Cat. Exclamation mark retro, Legends Arceus? Disagree. But okay. And the other headset? There's no headset. I'm sad to say. No headset. I mean, I assume that there's shiny hunting going on here. I can't technically guarantee that. There's just Pokeball crafting going on my screen. I assume there's shiny hunting going on. There's a Bidoof called Bidoosie. That's good enough for me. Okay, say hi. We've got the raid emote. You can use any emote you want. The closest thing we have to a raid message is just Happy Pride. Wish a Happy Pride onwards. Thank y'all for being here. I greatly appreciate it. I had a good time. We got to 4096. We'll do more in 2 days. Tomorrow we'll continue the Fool's Gold Nuzlocke. And then whatever day is in 2 days is when we will continue hunting Mewtwo and we will get our shiny Mewtwo. I believe it. I have faith. Thank you all again for being here. Say hi to Silly Lil Cat. Ciao.
Like the flying balls, the feather balls or whatever. So that's all I have right now, but they're like so much better. Because you can just like snipe shoot.